Vanessa Friedman, and I'm the fashion director of the New York Times, and I am thrilled to be here with you guys talking to the CEOs of both London Fashion Week and Copenhagen Fashion Week, Caroline Rush and Cecilia Thorsmark, because we are going to discuss something that has been really, I think, a pressing issue over the last 16 months, in particular as fashion weeks have really been virtual, which is, what does this mean for climate change and the future of Fashion Week and sustainability, and where is it all going? Because obviously Cecilia and Caroline, Fashion Week has, as it's been in the past, with thousands of people descending on each of your cities, via airplane, and then taking black cars all over the place, and using up lots of air conditioning and lighting, electricity, and everything else that's involved in putting on a show. It has a huge environmental impact. So, how do you even begin to measure it? Can you measure it? And how do you think about it? Caroline, do you want to start?
Absolutely. Well, for us in the past and for many years, actually, we've looked at what we can do as an organization in terms of trying to reduce waste, looking at reusables. For the exhibition part of Fashion Week, we've been working with a company called Pop to help with rentals so that we're not sort of creating and reusing furniture. And of course, energy plays a big part. So thinking about the generators and using green power where possible. But of course, now there are tools that you can use that measure a much broader view of the event. So as we move forward, we're going to start using a tool come September. We wanted to get to the point where we had actually a physical Fashion Week. We didn't want to give ourselves a false sort of starting point, so that we can measure, really start to think about all of those issues that you were talking about around people traveling in, around traveling around the city, how that travel's happening, and that whole impact on our cities and on the environment. But of course, is that the benefit of Fashion Weeks is bringing businesses together so that hopefully that fashion audience aren't traveling constantly around the world, and that while they're here, that they're seeing as many businesses as possible in a concentrated area. So in terms of getting around the city, we really think about that travel. We work really closely with the designers and the PRs. Doesn't always work out to work from one venue to the next, so we're limiting the travel backwards and forwards. But we're really interested to take a view on what that benchmark looks like to start with, so we can start set ourselves some hard targets for reduction, but also, of course, think about working with the business that are participating within Fashion Weeks, which is why we're really interested in the work that Cecilia's done and looking at how we can adapt that for London.
Let's talk about brands for a second, because I think, one of the interesting points that a lot of times people outside of fashion don't entirely understand is that even though both of your fashion councils organize Fashion Week and are sort of nominally in charge of it, you can't actually make brands behave in a certain way, right? You don't actually have enforcement power. You can advise and suggest and kind of model good behavior, but you can't make them do it, right? So how much, what has the response been, and how hard is it to actually get everyone on board with these different initiatives?
That's actually the approach that I took on from the very early beginning, and that was like my clear vision of how I wanted to reinvent our Fashion Week. And it was by saying that we are in a moment in history with an alarming climate emergency, where we can no longer just talk or spotlight the brands that do well. We actually have to require it. And I think our platform and our event is of such importance to the brands, and of such size that it actually does make a difference to demand minimum standards from the brands. So what we did, and of course we all along consulted with the industry, because this is a very radical way of changing how we do Fashion Week, and of course it's super important to have the industry on board. So we have a sustainability advisory board. We had a panel of experts as well, and consultancy agency also working with a lot of different brands, sustainability strategies. But what we did was that we felt that we should utilize this, enormous power that we do have in the fashion ecosystem to start demanding change and believing that, requirements are fundamental. So we are, as of 2023, we will introduce 18 minimum standards that brands must comply with in order to be able to participate in our fashion week. And it's 18 minimum standards that relate to conditions throughout the value chain. So it's from strategic direction to design, to material choices, consumer engagement, work conditions, and ultimately also the show, of course, because it is a fashion week. But 18 minimum standards that they must adhere to. Otherwise, we won't even look at their show application for Fashion Week. And besides the 18 minimum standards are an additional, I believe it's 54 action points, which are not mandatory, all of them. They're just, you can score points. So the more boxes you're able to tick off, the more points you score. And that is why we also will introduce a minimum point score. So that we're able to say, hey, anyone who can live up to the 18 minimum standards and score this minimum amount of points, they're not average. They are best in class in, perform. They have like super, the best sustainable or responsible business practices that they can have. And knowing that, that it's not like they can lag behind in one of the areas, say, working conditions. No, we don't do anything in working conditions, but our fabrics are super, innovative or sustainable, recycled, upcycled, whatever. They have to score points throughout, all areas. So,
Caroline, here, let me just move to Caroline. Caroline, are you doing the same kind of thing? Are you requiring the brands that want to be part of London to meet a standard? Can you?
So we've taken the work that Cecilia's done, actually, and we're mapping it against our Institute of Positive Fashion, so environment, people, craftsmanship and community, and the Sustainable Development Goals. And one of the things actually we think we can do quite quickly is the criteria for young businesses that apply for the grant. So we gave out, I think it was 1.5 million last year in terms of grants to businesses through, it was COVID response last year, but this year it will be New Gen and fashion funds, etc. That they start to meet that minimum requirement as part of the opportunity for grant funding, because there's no reason when you start out as a business that you can't set these as your principles for business. There will be time and transition for established businesses to move towards meeting that criteria. So we're looking to see how quickly we can do that. We would like to be able to do that for the intake for next year. And we're looking at that. We've got a working group looking at that at the moment, see how quickly we can implement it. And then in a similar way to Cecilia's done, is that we'll be able to then do consultations with industry to look at what's a reasonable time frame to get them to that point. Fantastic if we can meet 2023, the same as Cecilia. But I think because we're only starting that consultation, let's figure that out to make sure we don't want to leave it too long. We don't want to make it too easy, but it does need to be, because we want to make sure that we're taking businesses with us. And what it does flag then is that through our Institute of Positive Fashion is all the educational resources that we're looking at can actually help educate the businesses to get to that point, to be able to deliver to that. And they'll be able to, as Cecilia said, there's all of this sort of additional points you can get, is that those businesses are absolutely leading the way and nailing it in terms of, use of materials or supply chain innovation or transparency. They'll be able to self-declare the fact that they've gone way above the minimum standard. And I think that businesses that are operating in space are really keen for it, because there are no standards at the moment in which they're able to talk about where they are versus businesses that are quite often accused of greenwashing. So there's some really solid criteria for them to be able to get to, and they're then able to talk about what they do over and above the minimum. But as Cecilia was saying, the minimum isn't a low score. It's a really good place that businesses should be to operate responsibly.
When you talk about, these young businesses, these businesses that are starting out, that clearly kind of grew up with this idea that they should build into their systems responsible practices, really, like, what percentage of Fashion Week names are you talking about? Are you talking about 15%, 50%, 75%? I mean, it's not huge, right?
Well, if I think about of the businesses, so I think we've got about 40. Normally we'd have around 70 shows, but so for September we think we've got about 40 because we're in this transition period of people getting realigned and building back. Out of that, there are at least 10 businesses that are part of our talent support scheme, so 25%. Is that will drop a bit, I think, as we start to build, sort of rebuild back Fashion Week. So, but it's a significant, it's enough of a number to know if we have sort of 67 businesses as part of our talent support scheme. Some of them show at different periods in Fashion Weeks. In September, I think we've got about 10 or 12 that will be showing, and some are accessory businesses that don't necessarily do fashion shows. But it's a significant number of businesses that we're able to influence. And I think as quickly as we try and work with established businesses to move to responsible, sustainable practices, it's really important that we're signifying to the next generation coming through that this is the kind of business that you need for the future.
I would actually also like to.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
No, and I would like to also to actually support Caroline on this one, because I think one of the reasons why this has been so well received in our fashion industry here in Denmark among, you know, not only the brands but also other stakeholders around Fashion Week is because we announced this in 2020 and we gave them 3 years. And I think, as Caroline is saying, especially the big brands will need some transition period to work with initiatives that can help improve, you know, their profile or their business practices. So I think it is totally fair to say that, you know, that you can, by 2023, you could start with your talent program and then set another target. It could be 2025 for the rest of the industry, because I think that will be doable. But it's about, you know, it's about hitting that fine line or the balance between, you know, putting out super high ambitions on behalf of the industry, but also making it doable and reachable. Because if it's not doable for the industry, then why would we do it? Because then we're not gonna, you know, change anything if we just, you know, lose, you know, our closest stakeholders.
Well,
I think also
that, you are 2 Fashion Weeks in an ecosystem of Fashion Weeks, right? I mean, there are many there in New York, Milan, Paris, Berlin, Rio. You can go around the world. I mean, isn't this something that you guys need to work together to really format and to make, you know, to sort of create critical mass? You know, and are those discussions that are happening, or is this really a kind of piece by piece basis? Because one of the things, you know, I think one of the biggest hurdles to change always, you know, particularly when we're talking about the fashion system, is the fact that every brand sort of wants to be an island unto itself. Every Fashion Week often acts like an island unto itself. And without real sort of concerted agreement, you can't shift the industry. Caroline, what do you think?
So one of our unofficial principles of our Institute of Positive Fashion is no duplication. If it's happening somewhere else in the world, go talk to them, get the best practice, and look at how you can adapt it for your local market. Which was why when we were first talking to Cecilia, is that it just made sense to take the work that they'd done and the research that they'd done and look at what that would look like from a UK perspective. Similarly, is that the research that we're doing around circularity and the barriers and the infrastructure that's required and investment, is that we'll be sharing that as well, not only with Cecilia, but with other fashion councils, with other businesses as well, to make sure that we're sharing that information as broadly as possible. You know, is that you cannot underestimate how much our industry needs to change in the next decade. And we've been talking a lot, I think, over the last 10 years about thinking about retail footprint and energy usage and logistics. And this decade, we're really going to have to start to delve into scope 3, into the supply chain, to really think about transparency, to properly engage in terms of innovation and look at how that can change our industry. Otherwise, we really haven't got much of a chance of meeting the Paris Agreement targets. And we all have a responsibility to do that, not just for our industry and future-proofing that, but to do that for the next generation, of course, of talent, of people, and of course for our planet as well. So, you know, is that sense of emergency and the change are incredibly important, because if you leave it too long, is that there's always the opportunity to look at it next year, for it to put it in next year's strategy, is that it has to go into the strategy now so that people are planning for change at this moment in time. I would like to say is that a lot of businesses we talk to are already planning that, and so actually giving them a framework around it I think is really going to be, because it allows them to focus and to say, okay, we've reached this standard, what next?
Cecilia,
And I couldn't,
Fashion Weeks?
Yeah, no, yes, yeah, and especially because I couldn't agree more with Caroline that I think we're past that moment where sustainability was like a competitive advantage. We can't, look at sustainability in that way any longer. We're all in the same boat, and as we're all talking about, we're in the middle of a super alarming climate crisis, and for the past few weeks we've really seen scientists are calling for action, urgent action yet again, because things need to change. So we are all in for collaborating with other fashion weeks, other fashion organizations, and we are in this phase right now of pursuing partnerships beyond our own organization. So in February, we started our first partnership, which was with the biggest trade fair in Copenhagen that represents 1,500 exhibitors. They'll be introducing the same sustainability standards as well. And then we recently just entered into a partnership with Norway, actually. So going beyond our borders, and the Norwegian fashion industry, which is represented by, or which is spearheaded by the Norwegian Fashion Hub, which is an industry organization, and Oslo Fusion Festival, it's called. It's an arts and fashion festival run by Oslo Runway. And that's a new collaboration, and that's really going to be our first, first test of how it is to kind of export this system, beyond our borders and share it with another market. And I think there's so much potential in it, because what we developed it's not something that we came up with. We have, as Caroline said, done our research. So we are not only inspired by, but we're informed by, other tools and certifications and agendas, everything out there. People in our advisory board are experts from within their fields, covering everything from human rights to materials. So our system is based on the knowledge that's out there, and it's not a local system; it's a global system. So we're super happy to share, and I believe there's so much potential, and I think we won't succeed until we all do this together, because it will drive change.
All right, let me throw a sort of a more radical idea out at you. I mean, why do we have to stick with this twice yearly, or in some cases 4 times, 3 times yearly fashion show schedule? We've just had a year and a half where there were no physical shows. Why are we all swinging back to exactly where it was before? Why aren't we doing 1 physical show a year and 1 digital show a year? I understand that there are municipal pressures, because it's great for the hospitality industries of these different cities. It's great for, all sorts of fashion adjacent industries. But, if we're really talking about environmental impact and environmental change, doesn't that make more sense? And, has anyone ever broached that idea? Or have you guys have rejected that out of hand? Caroline is part of the main, the big 4. Why not just go down to 1?
Well, I think is that with our framework, there's no pressure for us, to the designers, to show physically or digitally. Is what we want them to do is to connect with global audiences. And I think if there are any positives, and you have to try and think there surely have been some over the last 18 months, is being able to, all of us, develop our digital platforms to help our businesses connect with global audiences, not just from viewing films and content, but to being able to buy online. I think already is starting to look at that shift. One of the things that we think about more than anything is how, what are the additional layers to the platform of fashion weeks that you can think about really inspiring the industry to think about how fashion weeks might change. And I think that innovation plays a big part of that. So actually, if we can showcase incredible innovation at the heart of fashion weeks, you know, you have the layers of the creativity and fashion shows, you have innovation that really are the challengers and the pioneers in terms of how our industry needs to change, connecting with the designers, letting industry see them, giving them access to that global audience of investment community, retailers, media, to help leverage the scalability of their businesses. And let's really use the platforms that we have to think about how we can accelerate change rather than just think about audiences flying around the world to see collections.
Weren't you part of that group of Fashion Week organizations that signed a letter or made a statement early in the pandemic that was urging brands not to show pre-collections anymore?
Yeah, we did. Is that we worked. Yeah, we talked. Well, we talked to quite a lot of our counterparts, as you can imagine, throughout the last 18 months, and we've always talked regularly. But yes, ourselves and the CFDA put out a letter to really just think about focusing on creativity. And from our designers' perspective, is that one of the big things I think when they had this moment to stop was the relief almost that they weren't constantly being pushed to create, to travel. And a reminder of why a lot of them had started in the business in the first place, which was to create beautiful collections and have the time to create really thoughtful collections and thoughtful pieces. And so I think we've seen this already, is that the designers have, you know, might be selling a collection, 2 collections a year. They show it at a different time. There are drops throughout the year, but it doesn't mean you need to have 4 shows. You can show a collection, and you know the point of the pre-collection originally was about sort of developing out the basics that all of us want in our wardrobes. And so it was really getting back to thinking is that what is it really as consumers we're wanting to buy? What do we really need to focus on in terms of show? And I think the added layer that we've had, I mean, that was really early on in the pandemic is, you know, to your point, is that do we really need to show? Is that at what point can we use digital content, and how does that engagement work for me as a brand? I won't name them because I didn't ask whether I could name them or not, but I was talking to a designer yesterday who did an absolutely fantastic fashion film, and their engagement was way beyond a fashion show had ever had. And so now we're starting to get back into physical, is that, you know, they're really considering, do we even need to do a show? You know, to your point, will we do 1 show a year, 1 film a year? Will we just do films, but maybe we do an experience around the film so that people can come and sort of have an opportunity to experience it in a different way? And playing into that part of the creativity is part of the reason why we're all in this industry. You know, the love of the creative mind that creates product collections and worlds that we all, you know, are inspired by and want to live in, but we want them to be responsible now. We don't want this to be frivolous. We don't want this to be mass consumption. You know, so how do we really think about using that creativity to inspire, not just for us to buy and to dream and think about our identity, but to think about the world that we want to live in the future?
Cecilia, do you think that we are going to a place where you might consider going down to 1 show a year? You know, what's the future of this for you?
I mean, the future for the future is it's of course difficult to foresee or to predict, but I actually sense that there is there still is a will and a wish to express to be able to showcase and express creatively, you know, the thoughts and all of the creativity behind a particular collection. And we do still have, in most parts of the world, summer and winter. So I actually don't think that there's a disconnect between having 2 shows per year. I don't think we need 4. I don't think that we need both a men's and a women's. I think that we could, or that we can put everything together. We're lucky because we're born as, you know, a mixed fashion week of both men's and women's, and we only have a fashion week going on twice a year. But I feel that recipe resonates with the fashion designers who will still design for winter and for summer. We can then discuss the timing of the drops and everything, which I think has gotten out of hand. And one of the reasons also why we are experiencing like hardcore systemic challenges to in the fashion industry I think if we make our platforms, I think if we continue to do a good job as fashion weeks, and if it's twice a year, I think, I mean, of course, it's a dichotomy between, that we are, of course, and we have to acknowledge that we are a part of a fashion system that is constantly pushing for newness. And if we don't dare to acknowledge that, then we shouldn't be talking about, transforming the industry or anything. But on the other side, also, I think firmly believing that if we do things right, we can actually change how business is being done, and we can change it for the better. So to me, I don't have the right answer, but I think it's okay to have, 2 great events per year. They can be physical and or digital or one or the other, but I think it's okay to have 2 events per year, as long as the events are really, utilizing and taking, advantage of the influence that we have and the power that we have to spark change.
Okay, so last question for both of you, since I think we're almost out of time. Here I am, fashion journalist. I say, I don't know, 3 years in the future, 5 years in the future, I get on my, off my boat, off my carbon neutral plane, and I land in your city to go to your fashion week. Paint me a picture of what would be your kind of ideal, responsible fashion experience in a couple of years. Caroline, go.
Ooh, so you've landed by boat, you've come up the Thames, you've probably had a fashion experience traveling over from New York, so we've made use of your time while you're there. And then when you land in the city, is that for sure is that all of the travel is electric, powered by green energy, at venues that hopefully have adapted to be much more sustainable with green energy air conditioning and recycled air, that the materials that you're seeing are potentially more of them used from upcycled, recycled, new sustainable materials that are drawing on less natural resources from the planet. That those collections are quite focused and limited, so that we're not thinking about mass production or overproduction that leads to waste, that we get to zero waste in terms of our production and our fashion weeks, and that everything can be recycled, and that actually our cities are set up to really support us as an industry and as consumers to be able to do that. But the one thing for sure is that you will have the most incredible creative experience, because that's the reason why you come in the first place. Yeah.
Cecilia, for you, same thing?
I couldn't say it differently. I think Caroline said it beautifully, and I couldn't agree more.
Great. Well, it was lovely talking to both of you. Thanks so much. And fingers crossed, it looks like that.
Let's hope. Vanessa. We'll revisit then.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you both.
We all want to take care of the environment, and while we can't do everything, each of us can do something. Klar, make your everyday life greener.
inséparables, sans peur, cherchant ce qui viendra. Nous sommes le passé, le présent, chassant le soleil. inséparables, sans peur, cherchant ce qui viendra. Nous sommes le passé, le présent, chassant le soleil. inséparables, sans peur, cherchant ce qui viendra. Nous sommes le passé, le présent, chassant le soleil.
We all want to take care of the environment, and while we can't do everything, each of us can do something. Klar, make your everyday life greener.
morning, everyone. We're here at the second day of Copenhagen Fashion Week. I'm Chido Obasi, contributing editor at Italian Vogue, and I'm joined by Gita from Samsøe Samsøe.
Hi, nice
Thank
to
you
see
very
you.
much for having me, and congratulations on your collection.
Thank you so much.
To start, do you mind just talking us through the collection, the inspiration, and the process of the collection?
Yeah. So basically it has been like 1.5 years with Corona. So I think we was really tired of talking about Corona, and we want to look ahead.
Yeah.
And I think we want to look at the bright side of the world, and be more positive, and we really want to dress up more, be more colorful in the way of dressing.
Yeah.
So we wanted to have this collection which were more like free and have this freedom feeling. So we were looking into this road trip movie called Thelma and Louise.
Yeah.
Which are a 90s movie, and we love the 90s at the moment, so everything was great. And so we were really searching for this freedomness, and in the same time we're looking back at the good times as decade as the 70s, 80s, and the 90s to really put into this to the collection.
Great, fantastic.
That's how.
It's a really positive message after a year that we've had, challenges and disruptions at the social and economic level. So, would you say that this is almost like a rebirth and a kind of a new narrative you wanted to convey with this collection? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I think now everybody has wearing this slouthy dressing and all this. So I think so now we want to do a new direction. As I said, we want to be more sexy in our way of dressing, more experimental as well.
Yeah.
I think if you look at young people, they're really looking into finding their own way of dressing, and that's also what we want in our collection.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And in terms of the future and seasons ahead, what are you planning? Do you reveal us anything, or is it like a secret?
No, I think as a brand we just want to be more global in our expressions, and we want to be more contemporary in the look, and we just want to get out to more people and bring some more diversity into the collection.
Amazing. Well, thank you very much for having me. And
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
say I get mean when I'm drinking, but then again, sometimes I get really sweet. So what does it mean if I tell you to go fuck yourself? Or if I say that you're beautiful to me? It's a faction, always. Oh, you're gonna see it someday. My attention for you, even if it's not what you need. Sometimes we talk all night long, we don't shut up. And when it's late, we'll say we're still wide awake. So we love to talk about how you'll come up to visit me. And we'll rent a car and we'll drive upstate. It's a faction, always. Ooh, you're gonna see it someday. My attention's on you, even if it's not what you need. then again, sometimes I get really sweet. So what does it mean if I tell you to go fuck yourself? Or if I say that you're beautiful to me? It's a faction, always. Oh, you're gonna see it someday. My attention for you, even if it's not what you need.
Hello. Hi, everybody. I'm Jamie. How are you? Congratulations on your stunning show. I was just watching it. It was so beautiful. Fantastic.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thanks.
Thanks. I'm supposed to say my name is Jamie Perlman. I'm the editor and creative director for More or Less magazine, and I'm here today with Amy Powney, the incredibly talented creative director of Mother of Pearl, who's just done a beautiful show at Copenhagen Fashion Week. And tell me a bit more about your inspiration and what was behind the idea of your new show.
So, I mean, I've sort of moved away a little bit from the idea of kind of this season's about a specific thing and really more focusing just on the woman and what she wants and how to make women feel great and, you know, make sure everything's sustainable and, you know, look at all credentials as a brand and all the attributes that we put to our clothes. And I've sort of come out of this idea of this very seasonal concept, and I'm just much more sort of feeling very grounded and just, you know, making things that last, that, you know, feel great, look great, and, you know, have been made correctly, you know, socially responsible and sustainably.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing, you know, to invest in clothing for a long period of time. It just, you know, it's definitely better than overproducing en masse for the environment. So
exactly. Yeah.
And so in the past, nature has always been a big influence in your work, and you've collaborated with BBC Earth and the likes of David Attenborough, and on the subject of sustainability, how are you helping to promote change in the fashion industry with your brand?
Yeah, I mean, this issue's been going on for a long time. I mean, 15 years ago when I did my graduate collection, back then I realised there was a huge social issue in the fashion industry, and sort of as I sort of got further and further through my career, sort of realised the enormous impact that it's having on the environment as well. And I've really had to change my whole thinking and my whole process. As a business owner, in this industry and a figurehead in the industry, it was really about kind of re-looking at the model and everything that we do as an industry, and thinking about whether that's correct, whether that's outdated, and what we should be doing. And the truth is, in many parts, it's outdated. So I've been trying to rethink about how we do things, and can we collaborate with BBC, for instance, instead of I don't know, just a classic sort of fashion collaboration? How do we get that message out there? How do we sort of raise awareness that a piece of clothing in a store has such an impact on the planet, and how do we educate people about that and how they can have better choices? And it's very complicated. The supply chain is complicated, and for many people it's quite hard to wrap your head around. So the idea of working with different platforms that aren't just fashion and trying to break it down for the general public to understand is been a huge passion of mine, and BBC was one of those. John Lewis was another big project we worked on, Campaign for Wool, and His Royal Highness Prince Charles, we worked on a project too to try and educate people. So just rethinking kind of the fashion industry and how we can kind of get those conversations going and change the way we do things for the good.
Yeah, I think it's great, especially kind of being an independent designer, you can probably facilitate greater change in your process than, a lot of big brands that have huge supply chains and massive, massive groups of people working for them. It's much harder for them to facilitate changes and make the steps towards becoming more sustainable. So it's really exciting that someone like you with a smaller, more emerging brand can really kind of lead as an example for people to look at and educate both the consumer as well as these big brands and the way the fashion system is in place.
I mean, I think sorry, I was just going to say that I do think big fashion brands, it is more complicated because you're kind of sort of trying to steer this huge ship around, but they also have a lot of money, so there's other ways of looking at things as well. I do think everybody has a duty, and everybody should be doing their part now, I think.
Absolutely. And so as everyone's acclimatizing to this new global landscape that we're a part of, and as you said, everyone's going to be held accountable. Everybody from big brands to small brands needs to rethink and relook at the way they practice. What does the future hold for Mother of Pearl?
So we've been, we spent the last 5 years working on our supply chain. So trying to get right back to kind of fields and trying to understand the entire process. A lot of brands talk about who made their clothes, but we want to know who made our yarn, who sort of picked the cotton, how far does it go back, and how can we sort of look at the supply chain from start to finish. And so that's been our real sort of goal for the last 5 years. But now we're coming out of that, having learned a lot, kind of got quite a lot of strong supply chains in place. Now we're focusing on the 3 R's, so looking at recycle, repair, rental. And now looking at the product once it hits the world, what can we do to help our customers facilitate keeping it in the world as long as it can without sort of ending up in landfill? And how do we sort of help them and give them some solutions on how to, I guess, be more sustainable once they've purchased that piece in the first place, and trying to turn the brand into a sort of 360 thinking in sustainability, not just a kind of linear model of supply chain to sales. So we're trying to kind of encompass every part of it within the brand, and just up our communications game, try and sort of help spread that message even more.
Amazing. Well, huge congratulations. The collection looks absolutely stunning, and I'm so impressed with you and your ethos, and it's very inspiring to hear about the way you're running your business, and I hope other brands will kind of look to you as a role model. And people will get on board and become more sustainable.
Fingers crossed. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
want to take care of the environment, and while we can't do everything, each of us can do something. Klar, make your everyday life greener.
racist practices in the Scandinavian fashion industry that I've been doing these past seasons. It is such a pleasure to have you here, and it's an even bigger pleasure to have you, Saval Omar, here with me.
Thank you for having me.
And thank you for coming. You are such an inspiration to so many people. Were you aware of the fact that you just simply being you would inspire so many people?
I find it still quite hard, seeing as the only thing I'm doing right is being right to my own being, and that kind of resonates with people, and still makes me feel obviously very good, but also nervous, because I never want to do anything that would kind of offend that feeling that people are resonating with. If that makes sense.
It does make sense. Are you ever worried that you're going to step away from your own moral compass, your ethics, when working in the fashion industry?
And not so much as that, more as in I'm having like young girls and young trans women and black women of all different ages and all these things, and talk to me about how I make them feel, and that I make them feel good. And I find that very frightening.
What's so frightening about it?
Because I'm only me, and I grew up in a world where being me was not first and foremost wanted, and I still find my ways in this society struggling. But yeah.
I mean, one of the things that I find so important about conversations like this is the representational aspect of showing different faces, different bodies, all bodies preferably, within the context of fashion, art, design, and etc. We are at a time right now where folks are dying because of racism and because of transphobia, amongst other horrible reasons. Do you think representation makes a difference?
Absolutely. Seeing as when I was growing up in Norway, Oslo, me being young and not knowing what trans was, what my identity was, what it meant, just knew that I had this feeling, and was constantly told this feeling that you're having and what you're presenting is not correct to this society, and not having any and people to see and to feel like they reflected how I felt or put a name to it, language, anything, and being in loss of that, and now filling that space and having other people now grow up knowing that there is language for this and there's people that are there, visible and out, makes them feel so much more less alone in this world. And also feel like there's space for all of us, basically.
I mean, if it wasn't already, 2020 made it absolutely impossible to ignore online activism. For many of us, that was already it was already there, and it's been there for years. But this year, no one could say it didn't exist. Speaking of role models, speaking of representation. What has your journey been on social media platforms with regards to representation, with regards to digital activism?
And for me, I find it so mind-boggling that, and speaking and it's coming first from my own lived experience and my truth, but also it's coming from logic sense. And how so many people are a loss of logic is terrifying. And so I don't find it I find it almost truth-telling, if that makes sense. And I mean, true that their truth can be true to them, but if your truth is harming people and neglecting their rights to exist or preventing that fact, and I find it very harmful.
How do you use social media platforms and the digital world to promote activism?
And I speak from my heart, and I wish, and I kind of had this inner conversation with myself when I was younger, and I would always pinpoint certain people that I met and what kind of energy they gave me, and I would very much hold on to whether it was negative or positive, and I kind of went within myself and I asked myself, what is it that I want to put out into this world? If there's this many negative energy coming in and this, let's say, little positivity going out, where do I want to find myself in that world? And I was like, I want to put in the positive energy that I can and drag on from the depths of my soul and put it out there, rather than fueling the ugliness of the world, if that makes sense.
It does, absolutely. But it also sounds like a very draining and very energy depleting task, which I think is something we do need to talk about in these times. How do activists, how do folks like yourself who are the forefront of change in Scandinavia within the fashion industry, how do you recharge your batteries? Where are your safe spaces? Where do you get the energy to keep going?
And honestly, I find it within my sisters, my community, and like-minded people, and people that also fuel me with their positive energy. And I also take 4 days off sometimes and just Netflix.
Good for you.
And
Good
order
for you.
food and don't see the daylight.
No, because I think it's a huge part of these discussions is to also realize that it taxes the body, it costs energy.
Physically, mentally.
Absolutely.
Because what you're essentially doing is you're basically out there and trying to get other people to acknowledge your existence. And that concept in itself is so flawed, because I'm already here and I'm telling you that I'm here, you know? So, yeah.
What do you think are some of the main obstacles that BIPOC and LGBTQIA plus folks face specifically within the Scandinavian fashion industry?
And I think it's becoming very good. What could, and always, I feel like everything is always in motion, because now that the doors are open, we're not stopping, of course. So everything, I feel like, is always going to go forward from now on. And I feel like the more people are genuine about their wishes of collaborating with that community, I feel like it will always be from a place of goodness and positivity, and it will affect the world in that way.
From the other, if we look at it from the other angle, what do you think are some of the main difficult or missed opportunities that the Scandinavian fashion industry faces when wanting to become more diverse?
I think have fun. And be genuine, have fun, and create spaces where everyone, including themselves, are enjoying the process. I feel like that makes it so much more worth it if everyone in that is involved in it is enjoying what they're creating and continuing to make spaces that there's enjoyment of. And from that, I feel like you also gain learning and experiences and tools. You meet each other in another frequency, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. So basically, if you were the boss of the industry right now, first of all, have fun. What are some of the other things that you would change immediately in order to make this industry, Scandinavian fashion industry, a more inclusive space?
And I would invite people, and I would invite conversations that are very, very uncomfortable to begin with, because I feel like let's get the ugly, like the ugly feeling and the uncomfortability first out of the way.
So what are the uncomfortable conversations?
I mean, our conversation right now must be uncomfortable to some people. So I feel like also getting people that you might be scared of. I feel like we know those people. And I feel like the more people are invited in, because it's such a huge wall, and it's literally the best. This is the best example. This glass, people can see in and we can see out, but we can't engage with each other. You know, so break the glass and invite people in.
Absolutely. You know, kind of going back to what we can do on the digital platforms, what we can do to create a more inclusive setting and to promote the activism that is happening. What do you think anyone and everyone should and could do right now to elevate voices that are not being heard?
And I feel like kind of lost for word.
That's all right. It's a big question. I mean, it's a question I ask myself daily. And one of the things that has been helpful for me is to create a platform, which we just created. And I want to thank you for your support in doing it.
Thank you for including me.
Of course. It's the Nordic Fashion Directory, and it's basically a platform that includes the BIPOC fashion professionals within this Scandinavian
What would
industry.
be cool is literally go into your mood boards, pick out 15 or 10 and put them on the shows and the covers, just off the gate. And that already would make a huge, huge shift in the industry, just that.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think
Because everyone would see, and by seeing you, it becomes true, and by it being true, everyone can resonate with it, and then it's a reality, and then it's a thing, and then when it's a thing, it's natural.
Why do you think that it's so easy to be inspired by marginalized voices? It's so easy to be inspired, but it's so hard to actually invite those voices into your boardroom and onto your catwalk.
And fear of money.
The loss of it or making it? Maybe a bit of both. Maybe a bit of both.
That's but
it's a paradox.
The fear of the unknown, and which is, I mean, kind of late in the game for that. And but I feel like it's fear, ignorance. I don't think it's always intolerance, and I don't think it's always racism. But I think it always stems from fear, and fear is such a. I feel like. And fear is a motivating factor. Fear is something that, oh, I'm afraid of this. As you confront it, you're also immediately reaching new levels of your inner sense. Like it's not a blockage. It's a door inviting you into a new space within yourself and within what you think you're capable of. So I think people should be fearless in their view and decision making regarding that.
What scares you, and how do you find your bravery and courage?
And what scares me is that I won't be enough, and in the sense of like, I won't be able to tackle this big giant thing that I'm trying to, and what motivates me is me wanting a better life for myself and a better life for everyone that I can think of, because I'm equally, and everyone is equally of having every opportunity and every chance and every joy in life. Everyone's equal and deserving of that.
Absolutely.
So if I'm not gonna be given it because of my circumstances, I will have to go and claim it.
And I'm going to tell you two things. First of all, you are enough and you are everything. Second of all, you do not have to do this alone. We are here to help. And we are here to create a community that is needed and that has been needed for a very long time.
Yes.
And that's what I hope. This is a conversation. It's a couple minutes, but it's the beginning of thoughts. And thoughts make ideas, and ideas make art. And art can change the world. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be in design. We wouldn't be in fashion, because we're communicating. And I want to thank you.
Thank you so
for
much.
communicating with me. And I want to
For
thank the
including me.
audience
Thank
for
you.
communicating with us by being here and listening with your whole bodies. And have a wonderful, fabulous fashion week.
Thank you. I'll try.
Slay on the catwalk like you do. And thank you all.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
We all want to take care of the environment, and while we can't do everything, each of us can do something. Klar, make your everyday life greener. We all want to take care of the environment, and while we can't do everything, each of us can do something. Klar, make your everyday life greener.
Hi everyone, I'm live here from Copenhagen Fashion Week. My name is Ida. I work at Browns in London, and I'm here with the amazing Julie from Brugger. And I've just seen her show, and I hope you guys did too, because it was incredible. Julie, tell me all. I mean, like, obviously, it made so much sense when I see you now, because congratulations. As you can see, you know, there's two of her. But your journey and this collection talks about, you know, powerful women. And I think for me, even before I knew that you were going to be a mother yourself, I feel like Denmark's got so many powerful women, and it's amazing. But can you tell me a bit more about the collection and the inspiration?
Yeah, this collection I focus very much about, actually this 1970s had like a very sort of diverse and contrasted representation of what it means to be a woman. It was a time where there was still like a lot of housewives. You had the first generation career women to like the very sort of sexy disco era woman. And I found those contrasts really interesting, but they're all powerful in the right way, in their own way. My mum started her own like sort of career as a lawyer in the early 1970s. And I think obviously I wasn't there for it, but I remember seeing pictures of it, her outfits, but also Good Housekeeping, all Good Housekeeping magazines. And then I think a lot of us have seen a bit of like 1970s disco era at the minute with Holston and all that. It's like that kind of vibe that it's about what those women were and what they were sort of contrasting against each other that I found really inspiring. And obviously there's a little bit of the aesthetics of 1970s that's present in the collection, but it's much more about the sort of attitude of women, basically.
I love that. I mean, like, you always do like the best suits, I think, because you have this like amazing cut, but then also like just like beautiful colors. But I could see that really, is that your mum then, you know, with the pussy blow blouse and like the kind of sharp tailoring?
It's a time where it's the first time like where we saw a bit of power dressing for women, and like women wearing men's suits, like, you know, Annie Hall, for example, or men even wearing women's suit, like the Jaggers, a good example of that as well. And I think there's something so powerful about a suit and how it makes you feel. We've gone a little bit closer to the body this season, so it's like sharper cut. The shoulder is quite big, but it's like taped in at the waist, so it's still feminine, but it has a very strong statement of a powerful woman. And to me, we've been playing with colors this season much more. It's very pastely, which is a very soft tone against the very strong suits, which is something that, first of all, is a very pleasing palette to all skin tones, which is something that's quite important to me as well, because I want people to wear this. That's the whole point of to me, to do clothes, basically, anyways.
I love that. I mean, my favorite piece was the opening dress. I was like, that's so beautiful with the tie-dye and tying in all the colors that I could then see coming up from like the walk as well. But what's your favorite piece? Are you allowed to have one as the designer?
Oh, it's so difficult. I'm thinking you're just almost too close to it. So I think it's like, it's babies that you also like hate a little bit. You love them, you hate them one day, you know. I think for me, I really love that print, especially as you say, because it ties in all the colors of the collection, but also that fabric, it's a recycled base. It's like, it's super easy to wear, and it's something you can put in the suitcase, that dress, and pick it up again, and it doesn't crease, like stuff like that, that it has a beauty and a lightness and still a wearability. For me, that is kind of the essence of all I want to do with my clothing. So that kind of that group in the beginning is probably my favorite at the minute, but it might change in a month.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure you're allowed to as well. You can have all of it. It's yours.
Thank you.
But I mean, I think it's so interesting that you said recyclable as well, because I think, you know, sustainability, of course, is something that is so true to like Scandinavian fashion. Copenhagen Fashion Week has got this amazing initiative, the commitments. I mean, as a fellow Scandi, you know, sustainability is something that's so dear to me. It's dear to Browns, and I'm really proud of like all the progress the designers that we work with, including yourself, of course, because we stock you, are doing. But tell me a bit more about like how do you approach sustainability?
I think to me, first of all, what I think is the greatest challenge for the fashion industry is longevity. To me, I think if we can, both from the designer's point of view, but also from the consumer's point of view, buy less and buy better. Like, I have no desire of coming like a super mega brand where we just sell loads of units. It's more about making sure that people fall in love with what they buy, then they treasure it, they will keep it, and they'll take care of it. And if something happens to it, they'll mend it. to me, that's like one of the key things about sustainability. But of course, we try to choose as many sort of materials as we can and work with people that work in a responsible way as much as we can. But it's still a challenge to create diverse collections where you're 100% sustainable. That is still a challenge, but we're all moving towards it. And I love the fact that Copenhagen Fashion Week has taken such a strong stance, because it just means, it just, pushes the bar a bit. And I think it's good for all of us to have that pressure to be like, when we do a show like this, and we've done it outside, we have no lighting.
Yeah.
The only thing we're using a bit of power for is the music. That's it. And I think we can do beautiful shows without having this huge production, building all kinds of stuff. So it's not just about the clothes, it's about every sort of single step surrounding it as well.
I think that, I love that. I love how you thought this through and obviously work with your team as well to make it as sustainable as possible. How do you feel as an industry, how can we be better?
It's really, because it's still growing, the waste we are accumulating. And I think, but to me, I will still always choose sort of traditional wool fabric over sustainable fabric that won't last as long, because I still think that's the key issue. But it also means that you're going to have make sure that the consumer is aware of what's going on as well. And I think that's a challenge for the industry, because sometimes the fashion industry can be quite not very inclusive, and it's a difficult message to kind of make everyone aware of, but also stay authentic to it, because sustainability have so many different labels. So I think right now that's our biggest challenge, and I think we all have to do what we can do, but it's difficult when we have 10,000 different sort of definitions of what sustainability is. But I'm hoping that the consumer, and I think in Scandinavia the consumer is very knowledgeable, but we have a huge challenge with high street fashion and that sort of end of it. But I think it comes from all of us doing the best we can, and that's all we can do. And then all of the industry that surround us, like the textile industry, just thousands of years old industry. If I'm asking for it over and over and over again, they'll start making it, because that's how it works, basically.
Every percent counts. I love that. And I love how you talk about, I think you like myself, obviously, are not based fully in Scandinavia anymore. And I think it's so, you talk about authenticity and having that sort of who you are and what you stand for. And I think your brand does that. How does this, your Danish heritage combine with your new adopted hometown or country rather of England? How does that sort of influence your collection?
So I did my degree here in Copenhagen, and I think the Danish design and attitude to everything that's related to sort of design, architecture, clothing, all of that is a very sort of strong, you grow up with an understanding of good taste and beautiful design. You appreciate beautiful design, but it's very sort of focused on functionality.
Yeah.
And I think that's the biggest contrast to when I moved to London 12 years ago. It wasn't about functionality. It was about being crazy. It was about pushing all my boundaries. The beginning, the first time I did a flower print for the brand I work for, I was like, oh my God, is this ugly? Is it not? Because you grow up with this understanding of what is nice and what's not. So there's no doubt that my brand wouldn't look the same if I wasn't based in London, and it wouldn't be the same if I didn't have my design foundation from here. So it's definitely a blend of the two. And it's interesting to see how I feel the fashion in Scandinavia has changed a lot since I moved from here. It's become more colorful, and I feel more at home here now, aesthetically, than I would have 10 years ago. So things are evolving, and now, there's a lot of brands here that is doing really exciting, bright, colorful things as well. So
yeah, no, I love coming here because it's an explosion of color. Obviously I love colors.
I put my least colorful outfit on, actually.
But knowing your collection, and you always have the most amazing prints, and I think bright colors, that was what drew me to you originally. I thought that was just incredible, just having that visual thing, and then the shapes, as you said as well, that dress that you kind of bring out, that's now your signature. I absolutely love that. It's just so flattering on every body, and I think that's something as well. I think that you talked about that before, but designing for every sort of shape and person, and whatever your tone of skin is.
I think diversity is something. I think also that's something that comes from London, in a sense. London is such a multi-ethnic city that not having that as part of your DNA seems completely wrong in the context of where this world is. And being in London, that's our local area. It's like the people we surround us with. So it seems completely out of touch for me to not do that. But I think I want my brand to be inclusive, and I want it to be inclusive for everyone. And I can't design for someone that just looks like me. And also I've been pregnant forever. So it's like, so I don't know if it's a wish to wear something closer to the body. I've done a few shapes that are a little bit more hugging, but there's also the idea of using a palette that sort of complements different skin types, I think is actually becoming more and more important to me. And yeah, then there are just some that also look better on boys. So we had 2 boys in as well. And it's not that I'm trying to do unisex. It's actually just to kind of make people question the clothes a little bit differently. Just be a little bit surprised by it and look at it in a different way. So we try to do that.
And you've been doing that for a while, because I remember coming here a few years ago when you had like just amazing man wearing your dresses, and I love that you were sort of showing.
He was the best one in that dress. That was the thing.
Yeah,
so
love
it. We have a super open casting process, and I think for me to have like a whole show where everyone looks like me, I think it's just, I don't think that's interesting to anyone. So
Sorry guys, some technical issues here. There's a beautiful breezy wind here in Copenhagen. But back to you, Julie. You were talking about the importance of diversity.
Yeah, I'm just to sort of sum it up. It's just, I think diversity for us as a brand is key. We are based in London, and diversity in London is a given. So we try to bring that to Copenhagen as much as we can. So we always go in with like very open eyes, open heart when we do our casting. And that includes age, skin color, gender, everything, sexuality, everything, basically.
Amazing. I love that. Finally, Julie, how are you going to celebrate? It's done. The show is over for now.
So we're going to celebrate this day and what happened today. Like I have a very small part of my London team here, so I'm going to, we spend most of our time here just focus on the collection and fittings and all that. So we're going to try and have like a late lunch maybe and a little alcohol-free drink, and then back to it tomorrow actually, because this collection has another life. There's another big part of this collection that's not in the show. So, and then it's taking the collection back to London, and then a whole new set of things happens.
never rest for the designers.
No.
Well, I hope you have an amazing time with your
Thank
team.
you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
And
you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
We all want to take care of the environment, and while we can't do everything, each of us can do something. Klar, make your everyday life greener.
and the ship is my playground. I'm traveling time. Water is dripping. I'm sparkling. I'm water, but I'm breathing. I can hear the ocean, and the fishes are my friends. Color is blue. Color is blue. Ocean waves are big. All sailors go home. Stormy weather, stormy weather. Fishermen, stay home. All sailors go home. Stormy weather, stormy weather.
Just one hand held up high, I can blot you out of sight. Peekaboo, peekaboo, little love. It's just my heart and my mind. We'll be driving home. We sleep on the sea. I get out of my car, step into the night, and look up at the sky. And there's something bright traveling fast. Just look at it go. Just look at it go. Watching the storm start to form over America. Can't do anything, just watch them swing with the wind out to sea. All you see lands out of the water. All lifesavers.
above you now, 9 times the speed of sound.
Roger that, Dan. I got a solid tank in lock on tank in slippery. The tracking data, nav data, and pre-plan trajectory are all one line on
We all want to take care of the environment, and while we can't do everything, each of us can do something. Klar, make your everyday life greener.
are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. And you?
Good. Yeah, very well, thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
How are you feeling?
A bit relieved, stressed, but also
Yeah,
just kind of want to go back to the universe. I don't want it to stop. So
yeah,
that's how I
it was
feel.
beautiful, beautiful. I feel like with the show there was an element of fantasy and storytelling there. Could you kind of give me a bit of backstory of your inspiration?
The inspiration from this collection was more about feeling the vibe of where I'm
Mm-hmm.
living and what is surrounding me,
Mm-hmm.
and it's the Danish
Mm-hmm.
nature. So
Mm-hmm.
I just found inspiration in the sandy beaches in Denmark and the sunflower fields and the small fishes,
Yes.
and yes, and also a bit
Yeah.
of the
So
like
more.
old sailor.
Yeah, yeah, I
Yeah.
captured that. Some more reality then, but I feel like you um portrayed that in such a magical way where it brought us kind of into this new fascinating world of, seeing the sailor trend and all of that stuff
Mm,
in a new light. It
mm.
was really refreshing. Um
Thank you.
so yeah, yeah, no, absolutely. And then do you find that that had an effect because obviously the pandemic you were kind of restricted in a way to just what you were surrounded by? Is that why you feel you went to what was right in front of you?
Yes,
To be
exactly. Yes.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
okay. That's what I thought. And then how do you feel about approaching, as the world is starting to open up again? Do you feel like you'll be able to create in new ways? Was there any new kind of way that you approached this collection this time round that you hadn't ever before because of the way the world is
Mm,
now?
I don't think so. It's just like doing what I'm
Yeah,
usually doing. It's just like, yeah,
yeah,
going back. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. And was there any particular, because I know you have such a fascination with art and interior, was there anything that inspired you from this part, or was it mainly nature and your surroundings?
It's like a mix. It just comes to me very natural because I'm also doing like a lot of artistic stuff. So it's just like all melting together in a way. So inspiration from
Yeah,
here and there, and then together
yeah,
it's makes my
together.
collection.
Yeah, it's so beautiful. And then lastly, I just wanted to ask as well, was what was the fabrics and things that you used in this collection? Is there anything to do, was there, sustainable pieces or archive fabrics
Yes.
and textures? I
Like
love you,
most
you love
of our,
the
all of our fabric are conscious, and most of them are
pattern.
also sustainable. So it's
Yeah,
recycled fabric and organic fabric that we are working with.
fabulous.
Yeah.
Fabulous.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Emily.
Thank you so much, and have a good day.
Yeah,
Bye.
and you. Thank you for taking time.
Thank
Bye.
you. Bye.
We all want to take care of the environment, and while we can't do everything, each of us can do something. Klar, make your everyday life greener.
It's like going around. We have to no rain at all. I see you. Louise, hello.
Og så har Ida sine sider, liksom. Ja. Gjør vi det?
Har de begynt på
Nei, kommer
samme
ja. Neste, ikke denne fredagen, men neste. Ja, det blir skikkelig fint. Da har vi på en måte tatt litt sånn grep rundt noten og litt mer, gitt Ida mer plass. Gitt liksom noten i Kåpet ansikt igjen. Så det synes jeg Ida har liksom en leder og sider med sine favoritter.
Ja.
Ja, ikke sant. De har vært dørre, og det er flinke med fordi vi liksom ikke har en kamp så kreativitet og så lenge da, så er det gøy å endre litt mikse.
Just gonna have to write a letter.
Det er litt tid.
Ja, det er jo det. Den er jo ikke. Nei, jeg er det er mest stas.
Ja, det er jo det. Ja. Jeg klarte jo alltid å liksom få for da alt å si på etter mandag. Men de var jo, det er jo sånn det er. Ja, jeg har også det. Det er gøy.
Ja, det er så.
Nei, men det er jo sånn. Det var jo bare.
Vi bare venter. Den der ser litt farlig ut.
Og så men så var det bare halvveis.
He's right.
Ja, det er bra.
Every day is just a cloudy day. Make my day.
want to take care of the environment, and while we can't do everything, each of us can do something. Klar, make your everyday life greener.
welcome.
Hi.
Welcome to Copenhagen Fashion Week's Spring Summer 2022 live Q&A. My name is Erin Fitzpatrick. I'm the senior news editor at Who What Wear, and joined with me now is Charlotte from Designers Remix. Hello.
Hi, Erin. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Congrats on the new collection.
Thank you.
So your brand has been around since 2002, but sustainability has become a much bigger focus in the industry in recent years. Why do you think that is?
I mean, obviously, we don't have a planet for our kids if we don't do anything. So I think that's why it's so important for all brands to follow this agenda. And honestly, I think there's a lot of talk, but still there's so much more to be done. Yeah.
So can you speak to some specific sustainable elements in this new collection?
Yes. Actually, we have upcycled some of the same brands we upcycled 20 years ago. So when we started Designers Remix, it was all dead stock products, and we started sustainable from the beginning. Being said that 20 years ago, it wasn't really, I don't think people knew that sustainability was even a word. But we started up like this, and we continue to use this, how can you say, this way of designing and this way of using our resources. So we close the loop in terms of the same brands. Then, of course, we do a lot of stuff like we climate compensate. We do like, we follow the HIG index in terms of following the sustainable fabrics. We have a new climate pledge where we are in Peru and Kenya to do natural projects through our climate compensation with Choose in Norway.
Very cool. So what are a few fashion trends that you think will be big next summer, and how did you incorporate them into this new collection?
I think like wearing secondhand and vintage is a big trend. So we kind of try to explain this by using already produced collections to upcycle. Again, I think it's going to be a really big trend to think about what you buy and to think longevity instead of just shopping too much. I would also say it's really, really important to think about diversity in terms of like how we communicate. And that's, I also can see the difference from when we started the brands, that the models, and it's about thinking about the person and not, I mean, like the fashion in general. And then colors, of course. I think everybody wants to get our lives back and to see colors and, yeah, have fun again on top of COVID. So,
yeah, totally. And how would you describe the inspiration behind the new collection?
Yeah, I mean, because it's our like celebrating 20 years of upcycling, we were really inspired by what we could find out of dead stock menswear. So that's always for me a really, really important thing, to work with menswear and tailoring, because I think it's such a classic thing, and you can really keep tailoring forever. I mean, you can have it for 30 years. So I think that was like a big inspiration, and then try to include like colors and life, and also to show that you can be obviously more sexy wearing sustainable clothes. We try to show more skin, because I think it could also be like, you can also look really, really fashionable being a conscious consumer. So we try to explain this also.
Yeah, awesome. Well, that's actually all I have for you. Thank you. And congrats again. It was such a fun show.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Bye.
You too.
want to take care of the environment, and while we can't do everything, each of us can do something. Klar, make your everyday life greener.
It's a moment where I felt both collectively powerful and individually supported.
It's very hard to define, and it comes at a point when you completely let go, but it's not a conscious letting go, it's just a moment takes you over.
I live for joy. I think that I seek it in my life a lot, because when you've had extreme pain, you can kind of really appreciate extreme joy at the same time.
And I just turned to her at one point and like her favourite song was playing. I just looked around and she was just crying. And then I started crying. I couldn't quite believe was happening, and I don't think I've ever really cried when I've been fully happy.
You'd waited 9 months, you'd had all of these conversations with him, with yourself, you'd projected into the future, you'd named him, you'd built this phenomenal relationship already, and then he just looks in your eyes.
And I was just overwhelmed by this feeling of pure joy and excitement, which is such an amazing combination. It's the moment I truly felt that anything was possible.
Just as a person, I think the most intensely joyous moment of my life has been sort of just learning to be happy just being me.
I suppose that was a kind of moment of realising how far I'd come, and that it was kind of becoming real, something that I dreamt about for such a long time.
Letting go of other people's expectations or needing the approval of other people when it comes to how I see myself.
When I felt him and I looked at him and I was like, of this relief, happiness.
It was like a shining moment, and I'll treasure that. I mean, that's beyond valuable.
It's when a moment completely takes you over and you never saw it coming. It's a gift for everybody, and I think life is full of it, if you allow it to.
Anything can compare to the joy when you look at your child. He's such a beautiful boy, full of so much love and light, and that's what I really want to nurture in him.
I know that I've been mad in love before, and how it could be with you. But it hurts me, I can have a day without a night. You're the first that I've ever been, and now I've got to know much more.
It isn't about you, but are you me?
The curiousness of your tender kiss stuck my mind and body aching. Really hurts me, really hurts me. I can have a day without a night. You're the first that I've ever been, and now I've got to know much more.
You know when you're a teenager and you feel everything really passionately, like everything make you live or die. And I used to do things like sing and dance in the garden with lace in my hair and lace gloves.
Without a mind, in a party without a mind, I'm missing every fun.
brave. Be brave and just take each day as it comes. I don't feel like you have to. Just do you.
It felt like time had collapsed and like space had completely disintegrated. I've never felt sadness like it.
Secretly been suffering with severe depression since I was, 15 or something. Felt very alone, and I got to the point where I felt like it was surely not something that everybody suffered with.
I mean, I knew before they broke into her house, but when they broke into her house and they phoned me, she'd had a heart attack and she was dead. And the poor people in the hotel room next to me, because I ululated, you know, you see those people wailing and screaming and all of that stuff. So yeah. I realised that actually we're all just trying really hard to keep it together.
I lost myself, and I think that was the first time I'd ever felt like that. That all of a sudden I just realised, oh, what do I do now?
Any parent who's an alcoholic or an addict, that has such an impact on you as a child, because you don't have the chance to be a child. You lose your innocence.
That searing pain of having to accept something you just don't want to accept, but you have to, and then making the most of what time you had left.
You can't love, really love, without there being a cost and without there being some pain. Because you will lose. You know, you will suffer grief, you will suffer loss, and that's okay.
You may discover, as I did, that a lot of things that you used to think were your fault, a lot of things that you used to think about yourself, had nothing to do with you.
She was always the one I kind of went to in the night and she wasn't there, and I remember phoning her and I could hear this kind of quiver in her voice. And it was like, I could feel her sadness.
It wasn't your fault. You're just fine. You're able to free yourself from your past.
People are realising that they need to come together and they need to represent each other. There's a lot of darkness in the world at the moment and people don't really know what's going on. There are no definitive answers.
I'm proud of not giving up. I'm proud of choosing life over fear.
This generation is so socially aware and like really prepared to mobilise to affect change.
I look at young people who are taking on the world and who are pushing us to think about the world in different ways.
What I'd call like everyday kindness, real people doing real things for each other.
I see women getting together to fight for their rights. It's everywhere.
The amazing changes that are happening through science in the world at the moment to cure all type of terrible diseases.
I think everything I've sort of fought for and wanted, all of a sudden it's like it's happened in the last year. It's like, you know, this is incredible. All these things are coming around and things are being listened to and huge changes are happening.
Forget any stereotypes of what young people are like. You know, they are engaged, excited, questioning, pushing at boundaries, you know, and that gives me real hope.
They don't see things as black and white. They see things with a different eye.
That's one of the reasons why I love working in education and being able to empower the next generation with an understanding of the pro-social activity that fashion could be.
It's having a youthful mentality, actually. It's having hope, the hopefulness of what will be, never getting bogged down by the past of what was and the negatives of what has happened. I think we can change things that are going to happen, but we can't change things that have happened. Dream big. My 13-year-old self would be told to dream big, never compromise. Dream the biggest dreams you can and always hope for the best.
Be kinder, be more loving.
Just do you. Just keep doing you and whatever you believe and you want to do.
I do not want to take advantage of me. You want me never them to laugh off of me. I do not want to take advantage of me. You want me never them to laugh off of me. I do not want to take advantage of me. You want me never them to laugh off of me. I do not want to take advantage of me. You want me never them to laugh off of me.
You've got this, be yourself.
We know that fashion, clothing, style, identity, all of those things are vital to good mental health, to the psychology of what it is to be a human.
What gives me hope for the future is real people doing real things. Be kinder, be more loving.
want to take care of the environment. And while we can't do everything, each of us can do something. Klar, make your everyday life greener.
Can't hear her. Do you want us? Hi, Jessica, we can't hear you.
Hello. Hi, can you hear me?
Hi.
Hi, Jessica.
Hi, I'm Jess Davis. I'm the digital writer at Harper's Bazaar UK, and I'm joined by design duo Catherine Tatum and Rob Jones from Tatum Jones. How are you both doing?
Really good.
It's been a strange experience not being there to put the show on just now and kind of doing it from afar. But watching it, we actually got to enjoy it this time, because most shows we're kind of crazy. We've actually watched it like an audience. It's been great.
Yeah, I bet it's such a different experience to kind of, as you say, be more of an audience member rather than being backstage and just like making sure everything's going smoothly. But yeah, a big congratulations on today's show. It was so powerful, and I feel like it really served as an important reminder to be kind to one another during, these really hard times. Can you tell us a bit more about the inspiration behind the collection?
Yeah, so this is actually something that's kind of in our archives. And at the moment, our big project is Relove, which is a zero waste mission. So we wanted to kind of step back and relove our global womanhood concept, which was about interviewing a group of women who are from all different kind of backgrounds, and basically asking them about 3 key human emotions: joy, sadness, and hope, and seeing how, in spite of differences, those kind of core human emotions were what threaded them all together. And it was really looking at garments that we've created before. It was looking at archive fabric, dead stock fabric that we have, and kind of thinking, what can be more radical than creating nothing new? What can be more radical than actually creating a collection based on successful, solid archive pieces, ideas, research, fabrics. So that's what we did.
Yeah, I think we've revalued everything that we have. It's kind of, I think fashion has a tendency to do something and move on to the next. And what we've been doing is looking at everything from research to fabrics to developments to shapes, and just saying they still have life in them and we shouldn't throw them away. Let's just keep looking at them and just kind of bring them out again so that people can, like, even just then in the show, we're like, that dress has never had its space. It's never had its moment yet. Like now it has had its moment. So that's what we're kind of doing at the moment. It's just re-looking at everything.
Yeah, and I guess that's a great attitude to kind of apply to your own wardrobes as well when wanting to be sustainable when it comes to fashion. And I feel like we do talk quite a lot about materials and production and how that can impact our planet. But your brand focuses on socially conscious fashion. What exactly does that mean?
So for us, what we mean by that is basically considering the whole entire chain from start to finish. So we consider socially conscious fashion putting the craftspeople and the customer at the heart of the creation. So it's about looking at who's creating the fibre, who's weaving the textiles, through to who's making that garment and who's wearing that garment. So it's it's basically on a socially collective level, considering the whole entire production chain.
Amazing. And for over a year now, all of our lives have changed drastically more than we could ever possibly imagine. I was wondering, as both a brand and as individuals, what have you learned during this pandemic?
Well, I think because it forced everyone to pause, and as a industry and as a business, we had to stop, and that I think has really helped us kind of think and reflect and really make what's important about it. I think Catherine and I have discussed a lot the last year that we probably were falling out of love with why, when we were at college and when we were starting out in the industry, everything that we loved about it, it was just becoming such a juggernaut thing that it was taking, and this has made us stop and actually do the things we love and actually spend time on those things. So by re-looking at things and just having a bit more time to kind of, like, some of the kind of developments that we've pulled out that we'd kind of forgotten about, and we were like, we would never have had that time to do that, and now we have. It's kind of falling in love with it again.
It's re-loving and revaluing fashion in a modern way, and in a way that doesn't see fashion as so dispensable. We really are kind of on this zero waste mission to get people to revalue and revisit and reimagine what already exists. We're doing it as designers and as garment makers by looking at what already exists in terms of textiles, and all our kind of developments consider fabric that exists rather than creating completely new textile developments. So it's re-loving what's already there, and having a zero waste attitude to fashion.
Yeah, and do you think this is something that the whole industry will kind of move forward together on in the end, I guess?
They have to in some ways, I think. That's the thing. In their own way, not exactly how we're doing it probably, but they're going to have to. I think we're seeing this week that these things are changing in our planet, and we can't pass them by. I think I read something today that said, what are we going to do for our children's children? Like, what are we going to do in the future? Like, do now for the future. Well, we need to do it now for now. So it's great seeing a lot of young designers kind of, it's just in their DNA when they start out because it's the world they live in. So I think it's just, we're just going to have to work harder on the kind of the bigger players to get them up to speed really with what the rest of us are trying to
It's
do.
not just it's the bigger players plus all of the kind of big corporate fast fashion companies who play a part as well. There's lots of independent labels. There's lots of luxury labels that are kind of on this mission. But the people that are going to really, really crack a dent and shift the dial are those ones that are creating millions of units of product that we do not need. So that's why our whole kind of question of and thinking of what could be more radical than creating nothing new is because perhaps we don't need to. There's so much out there. There's so much that already exists. Let's start revaluing and re-loving what already exists.
Yeah, totally. I feel like it's just it needs to be, a unanimous effort from all parts of the industry. Thank you so much for tuning in to our live Q&A for Copenhagen Fashion Week, and enjoy the rest of this season's schedule. And I hope you guys are celebrating tonight. Congratulations again.
The champagne in the fridge.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Hello and welcome to Copenhagen Fashion Week. My name is Ane Lynge and I head Designers Nest, an incubator of Nordic fashion talents. I have the pleasure of moderating this talk, New Gen and the Media, with emerging designer Amalie Røhove and fashion features editor at ID, Mahoro Suet. Amalie, your very first show is tomorrow, and it's so exciting. We're all rooting for you and clapping in our hands and hoping it will be an amazing experience for you. But I bet there are 1,000 things on your to-do list right now, so thanks very much for being here.
Of course.
How are you feeling? Butterflies?
Very nervous, but also it's just an overwhelming experience. I'm really looking forward to show all the things we've been working so hard on, and I think right now it's just like tying all the ends, and then I'm really looking forward for tomorrow.
Yeah, good luck with it.
Thank you.
So, since graduating in 2018 from the Royal Academy with a degree in textile design, you have worked for Mark Tan and Cecilie Bainsen, and in 2019 you launched your eponymous label specialized in knitwear, and you're now stocked at Essence and Farfetch and quite a few Japanese retailers as well. Quite a successful journey in only a couple of years, in my view.
Thank you.
When I look at your work, I find that you have a sort of a material-based starting point for your design, or at least a sense that the material regulates the design. I'm curious how you made the transition from textile design to fashion design.
I've always been interested in the body and, when you dress and how things affect each other. And I think for me it was kind of it just kind of happened, because I think every time I worked with the textiles, I very much imagined it like on the body and how it would affect the body and, when you move. So for me, it was more an interest in the way the textiles and body work together. So it wasn't so much of a choice, it was more like my way of working, that, I would have a hard time feeling like a textile was finished. It was just like a flat, I really felt like it needed some sort of dimension to change, and also to create that room and space between, the textile and the body. So I think for me, it was quite natural, in my process.
And that transition, embracing construction, was natural for you as well?
Yeah, I think earlier on I didn't really know that much about textiles. So for me, fashion was like just sewing clothes and stuff like this. So I actually kind of started doing that. But then when I figured out, okay, I actually have the chance to make the textile myself, I was like, that's insane. Then I could do so much in like one work. So yeah.
Mahoro, ID is such a legendary style magazine that's championed emerging designers since the 1980s. No pressure. Before joining ID, you worked at One Granary, a platform that also supports emerging designers and fashion graduates. Fashion media is so intrinsic to the whole fashion system, and supporting or getting exposure is crucial to emerging designers. I'm interested in sort of how do you, as an editor and writer for ID, do you see yourself as having an active role in discovering and supporting talents?
I guess to a certain degree, yes, but I would say that I see my role as more sort of consolidating and mediating a designer's vision to an audience. I think that historically, like online fashion media has kind of played a really crucial role in helping designers to get exposure, but I think that so many designers are actually quite good at doing that themselves through their own social media platforms. I think that where I come in is kind of finding a way to sort of flesh out and but give designers space to sort of like expand upon what their worlds mean through text in ways that they can't necessarily do on image-based platforms like Instagram or increasingly TikTok. So I think that's how I'd see my sort of role in that respect.
You said that young designers are so, good at, finding ways to get exposure themselves. I guess you mean also via SoMe and other channels now. But, print still holds this sort of kind of symbolic, sacred value.
Yeah.
Why is that?
I mean, everyone just likes physical magazine, don't they? And I think it sort of really heightens the experience of engaging with something. When you're holding a magazine, you're looking at these gorgeous printed images, and it's a really slowed format of engagement. And you were talking about the tactility of your work. I think that sort of applies to a print object. You're really engaging with this sort of there's something very ephemeral to that I don't think you kind of get when you're just like scrolling on your phone, for example.
The luxury of actually, trees have been knocked down to create this magazine. So just coming back to Amelia's work, in my view, I think there's been this material turn in fashion with a sort of a new focus on materiality and craft. There's also been a rebirth of domestic hand knitting, which has been a big thing. Amelia, your work is obviously super focused on knitwear as your primary technique, and I wouldn't say material, but yeah. So what is it that makes knitwear so great in your point of view?
I mean, for me, it's very much the process of, when you make knitwear, you can kind of take into consideration, you have a shape, you have like a surface, you have all these things coming together. So you're not just making like a flat piece of fabric. You can from the start say, okay, I really want to start in this corner of the body, and then I want, a certain texture, or I want a certain like shape. And then one thing is, when you have it on the machine, and then when you take it off, it just completely changes. And I think it's just super relevant if you're able to do so much work, on one machine. Because for me, it's really just kind of eliminating all the processes afterwards, as much as I can make in like one work, but also because you have all these things affecting each other, like, the tension, the technique, the way you just tweak each little needle on the machine. So I think in that sense, it's really appealing to me.
You told me prior that you have this, that you're now exploring ways to design with unbroken nylon thread, so that the knits are made in uninterrupted yarn. And I find that so fascinating, and I really love this methodological approach that you have. What's the benefit of designing with unbroken threads?
I think there's one part of it, of course, it really much affects the shape. If you constantly are aware of, okay, I have to just work with this one thread and I can't break it, so you constantly have to find these solutions around the body in a way, like, okay, how can I move this way? Can I move this way? And I just think, for me, it's also just setting like some challenges with the machine, because I've been knitting for so long. So it's really just, the more I found out, the more I'm like, okay, now I just really want to push the boundaries even further. And that's also what I'm trying to do with my factories, to kind of like inspire them to work in a different way, because I think it's really important. And knitwear have so much potential. So.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Mahoro, in your point of view, what do you think have led to this increased interest in the work of the hand, materiality and tactility?
I mean, are we talking kind of in the wake of the pandemic, or, well, I personally think it has a lot to do with the fact that when you're looking at images of clothes on a screen, like, you want something that makes you want to touch it, that evokes that feeling of clothes through an image. And so I think that, yeah, that naturally translates to an interest in handwork, and also just people becoming more aware of the way that things are made. And like, when you kind of have that feeling of the hand, and there is a sort of like a fingerprint almost of its process there, there's almost like a reassurance of the thought that's been invested into that piece, and I think it's far more easy to forge an emotional connection with that piece, which then ties into kind of conversations around, a more emotional side to the sustainability conversation as well. So I think it's a kind of mixture of a new consciousness and also just people being bored with looking at images on a screen and wanting something that feels just really great and sort of evokes that through sight.
I also see this sort of the new interest in craft is also an interest and awareness of history, how we've designed in the past. I think that's very much coming back as well. Amelia, I also feel that your work, in a sense, leaves room for diverse body types, because you work in material that is stretchy and adjustable. And I'm curious how you approach the body when you design as a 3D form, and if you consciously consider body diversity when you work.
I mean, I really do. I think it's both me being super inspired when I see, customers around the world like using our clothes, and but for me, it's also the process, on the machine. I, as much as possible, try to get like people down in the studio, so when I have samples and these things, that I can just constantly try them on the body, because for me, it changes so much. And I think, the piece just changed so much depending on the body wearing it. And I have like customers that are like, what is this style? I don't understand. But it's because, it just changes so much. And also with the transparency, you have the skin, but then you also have, depending on what you put underneath it. So I think for me, it's extremely important doing something that can fit all, but also something that people feel like inspired to use in a different way, due to their body in a way. So I think it's important, but also for me it's kind of like inspiration for my work, because when I get someone down the studio and they try it, I always feel like, okay, we could use it in a completely new way. And also like make a lot of styles that you can take, back and forth on the body, and then you can kind of like you can use that style for even more, personalize it in a way.
So it's more versatile.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mahara, in the past few years, as a result, of course, of Me Too and Black Lives Matter and the whole issue of fashion's environmental impact, I do think that we've seen fashion becoming more self-critical and aware of its blind spots. And this is something I feel that emerging designers have, and niche and style magazines have done forever. They've been conscious about this for many years. How, as a writer and an editor, how does this criticality inform your work and the topics and people that you write about?
Well, I think it's front and center, but no more than it should be for anyone who lives in the world today. But I mean, I would say that it definitely informs who I'm thinking of writing about, the topics I'm thinking of writing about. There are instances where I'll definitely write about designers or fashion creatives who are making sort of well thought out comments, who are basically commenting on these things with gravity. But I also don't think that that is necessarily the sole sort of component in when it comes to what I think I'm going to write about. So it's definitely important, but I also don't think it should necessarily be that designers should be kind of forcing themselves to kind of comment on these things. They should just be things that they're educating themselves on, as should be the case for everyone. But I also don't think it's fair to kind of like force designers into a situation where they feel that they need to in order to gain exposure. Like, I don't think that all black designers should be forced to be talking about Black Lives Matter. Like, there are other things that we should be given space to talk about. But I do think there is a responsibility of anyone working in fashion today to be conscious of what those blind spots are, and I guess working in their own way to kind of remedy them,
And certainly ID has been sort of a voice, giving a voice to the underground of fashion for many years. And is that something that you think still sort of informs the whole editorial tone of the magazine today?
Definitely. I do think that things are changing, and I think that the way that people consume the work of young designers is changing quite drastically over the last 2 years. So I think it definitely still informs our editorial direction. It's just more a case of thinking of how we can bring these conversations to our audience in the most efficient way. And now I think it's like, maybe it's best to do something on social media where there's an audience that's far more receptive to the kind of fab visuals that you're going to be like putting out than they would be in the form of like an 800 word profile. So I think it's an interesting time in fashion media, specifically when it comes to covering young designers and thinking about what is the best way to sort of bring this work to the right audience. And that isn't always a sort of like written format.
Getting exposure can be tricky for emerging designers sort of trying to get a footing in the industry. And what is more, it can be a very costly affair for young designers shipping press samples to, photo shoots abroad and so on. And do you, as a label, have a conscious approach to getting press coverage? Is this something that is important to you?
I mean, of course it is important, because it's about sharing my work, my vision, and of course just getting people to see what we do. I think for me it's still kind of new, taking this into consideration like as an active thing, because I think as an emerging designer to begin with, it's kind of like, you test out these different things and people are, you're kind of learning as you go. So I think now I kind of reach a point where, we are trying to be more like selective around, okay, what is it we really want to show and emphasize? Because to begin with, it's really, I think it's difficult to have like a strategy around it, because sometimes you feel like you're telling a story, but you feel like what people are picking up is something completely else. And then you really have to learn how to communicate your work. So of course it's a huge part of it, but it's also super interesting getting people down in the studio asking questions, because sometimes you are really like, okay, is that a thing, or is it something people care about because you're just in the studio in your own little bubble
being
of
nerdy.
Work. Yeah. So yeah, it of course it means a lot.
the media landscape has changed a lot, not only as a result of SoMe and digital media, but also the stories and that are told and the people that get coverage today. It seems to be a more informed fashion media that we see today. But yet, at the core of fashion journalism is news for the sake of news. That kind of dogma. And emerging designers obviously tick that newness box, maybe only as one-day wonders.
Yeah.
How do you approach this newness dogma when you write about new designers? Do you feel a responsibility?
Definitely. I think, as you say, London is a great case study for this, of this culture of magazines that basically thrive on the hot new thing and sort of thrive on inflating that and then moving on and finding a new one in 6 months' time or whenever the new graduate showcases. So I think it's definitely something that is kind of quite front of mind. I don't think it's necessarily something that's entirely avoidable. But I think that for me, it's more about, if I'm writing about a designer, finding out what it is that makes that work actually, intrinsically valuable and why it's a really sort of like powerful proposition creatively, like in a sense that's almost timeless. Yeah. Rather than focusing on like, wow, fab, great, new, exciting. It's like, tell me about you're doing like single, like filament knits. Like that's really interesting. Like, what is it that you're doing that actually deserves to be dug into? Like, why do you do what you do? And I think that is my personal way, perhaps, of trying to mediate kind of focusing too much on the sort of like the novelty of a new talent. But I do think it's also quite a broad systemic issue with the speed of the industry and the speed with which we consume imagery that naturally sort of like breeds this quite, cannibalizing sort of like, culture of newness for the sake of, or news for the sake of news.
So writing journalism that lasts, sort of that kind of longevity that in a sense links the wider trend of sustainability, that the written word can also be sustained in a clever way.
Yeah, and I think that, I think that there are certain collections, for example, that people will remember for a very long time, and I think that often if you read the reviews of those collections from like years back, you can really see what it is that made that a really crystallized, significant moment in time as a sort of creative proposal, and I think that still stands. That relevance is still there, and I think that that's almost what it's better to focus on, the newness.
So one last question. Do you have any advice, Mahoro, for emerging designers who want to get press coverage out of just their own channels? Is there a way to work it?
I think imagery is actually one thing that I would advise young designers to focus on, because I think there are definitely being cases where you'll speak with a young designer, you're really passionate about what they have to say in their work and the concepts that underpin it, and then you see the imagery that's produced and it just doesn't quite translate that or add up to the kind of wealth of what it is that you're trying to say. And in such a sort of like, as we've already discussed, a voracious image-based fashion culture, having an image that kind of communicates what it is that you're about in terms of the composition, the lighting, the model, your casting, all of it, I think is really crucial. And that's also what makes press interested, because you just need good imagery to kind of accompany a piece if you're doing a written piece, for example. So yeah, I think that's something that I think is worth focusing on from my experience.
And I'm sure that's something you're very conscious about already.
Very much, yes.
Well, thank you both so much for doing this talk with me, and good luck with your show tomorrow, Amelia.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
and thanks for watching this talk for Copenhagen Fashion Week.
this river, you and I, underneath the sky that's ever falling down, 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 ever falling down. Through the day, as if on an ocean, waiting here, always failing to remember why we came. I wonder why we came. Impressions chosen from another time, from another time.
lift off the ground without a sound, yeah. We move through open spaces. The wind, it pulls. The sky gets close, yeah. Could we get much higher? Could we get much lighter? Navigator to heaven. Check out the tune, check your heart. This cloudless blue, this starlight night, yeah. Shoot out
spot full of mad criminals who chasing brothers, the D's on the roof trying to watch us and knock us and kill the coppers, even come through in helicopters. I drink a little vodka, spark a L and hold a Glock for the fronters. Wanna be ill niggas and spot runners, thinking it can't happen till I trap them and clap them and leave them done. Won't even run about guards, I don't believe in none of that shit. Your facts are backwards. Nas is a rebel of the street corner, pulling the tech out the dresser. Police got me under pressure. Represent, 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 represent. Drinking marijuana, smoking street dweller who's always on the corner, rolling up blessed. When I dress is never nothing less than guess. Kobe walking with a bop and my hat turned back. Love committing sins and my friends sell crack. This nigga raps with a razor, keep it under my tongue. The school dropout, never like this shit from day one. Cause life ain't shit but stress, fake niggas and crab stunts. So I guzzle my Hennessy while pulling on mad blunts. The brutalizer, brutalizer, accelerator, the type of nigga who be pissing in your elevator. Somehow the rap game reminds me of the crack game. Used to sport valleys and gazelles with black frames. Now I'm into fat chains, sex and text. Fly new chicks and new kicks, heinies and bags. Represent, represent. Represent, represent. Represent, represent. No doubt, see my stats are fat. This is what it's about. Before the PDP conflict with MC Shan. Around the time with Shantae, just the real Roxanne. I used to wake up every morning, see my crew on the block. Every day's a different planet, had us running from cops. If it wasn't hanging out in front of cocaine spots, we was at the candy factory, breaking the locks. Nowadays, I need the green in a flash, just like the next man. Fuck a yard guard, let me see 100 grand. Could use a gun, son, but fuck being a wanted man. But if I hit rock bottom, then I'ma be the son of Sam. Then call the crew to get live too.
We all want to take care of the environment, and while we can't do everything, each of us can do something. Klar, make your everyday life greener.
Hi, my name is Jenna Wojciechowski. I'm here from W Magazine with Silas from Soulland, and I'm going to ask him a few questions. Congrats on a beautiful show.
Thank you very much.
It was amazing. So let's start off with what inspired this season's collection.
I mean, this season's collection is part of a trilogy, and this is the second part. And the whole trilogy is basically about the books and the power of books. So for each season, we're making an imaginary book. And this season, it was like an imaginary fairy tale that we sort of built the collection up around. But then also like Soulland always really feeds from the energy from prior seasons. So it's like we really try to work as like a continuation of what we've done before.
And build upon.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, and then how has this past year with COVID and everything affected your clothing and your views on the fashion industry in general?
I mean, it's like from an internal point of view, our team got smaller, and we sort of had to like change the operation and be more like work smarter, and that have really like sparked a new energy in the company. So even though it's been a very challenging year, it's also brought us like a new view of how we can build a company.
Exactly.
And use our like use the fact of being small as a power instead of like a disadvantage.
Exactly, yeah. And then why is sustainability important to you, and how do you think you incorporated it in this past collection?
I mean, I think like responsibility is the term that I like to use for it, and I think that it's like there's no way of continuing doing stuff in this industry without changing the ways that we've worked in the past. And this is the first collection that we ever shown where 100% of the garments are either recycled, organic, or biofibers. You know, so in that sense, we've managed to change everything from conventional to somewhat responsible production. You know, and that's still like having 40 looks on the catwalk.
Exactly,
and not changing the image or the visual. I mean, but just like making things right. You know.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much. I don't want to take too much time from you celebrating.
Yeah, thank
and
you.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
We all want to take care of the environment, and while we can't do everything, each of us can do something. Klar, make your everyday life greener. want to take care of the environment, and while we can't do everything, each of us can do something. Klar, make your everyday life greener.
Forbes, and I'm here at Copenhagen Fashion Week with the wonderful Maja by Marlena Berger. So if we could start a little bit about the collection, which is so wonderful and really references all of your inspirations. And I know that in the past you've been very inspired by design and architecture. Could you talk a little bit about that and how that's worked into this collection?
Yeah, I would say that I always find it very interesting looking into especially furniture, I would say, and also sculptures and those kind of things that are created not based on have to fitting onto to a body, or more like being just like it's more free in the creation, which I really found interesting and inspiring. Also the textures and how they can be very, very I just got the sun
in your face.
And also it's a little bit more free than looking into how you create garments. I think that's very inspiring.
Okay, fantastic. And you've pioneered some amazing sustainability initiatives as a brand. What's up next for you as a sustainable aiming brand at Copenhagen Fashion Week, which this year is so focused on, circular fashion, sustainability, the idea of upcycling and reuse?
Yeah, I would say the biggest thing we have done that is a large change for us is that we scale down the collection a lot. So we're down to like almost 50% of the collection in size, which means that we can focus a lot on doing perfect details and really creating stuff and garments that people want to wear for a long time. I would say that's the biggest thing, and also we're focusing a lot on moving the production closer to us. So we have a lot in Europe now, also doing some really nice, interesting things here in Denmark, which is you will be seeing soon.
Okay,
So
exciting.
that's really exciting. Yeah.
And I know you use recycled materials and also dead stock fabric, which is materials that have been bought for fashion and have not been used. So can you talk a little bit about why that's important to your brand and yourself as a creative?
I mean, we have to do what we can to choose the best fabric for the environment, and recycled fabrics are one, but then we also pick, try to find new fabrics that are like new innovations, and also, of course, taking care of the stock, as you said. So we're always, if we have a stock on something, last fall or something, we did a blanket out of rest yarn from a knitted program that we had. So we'd always try to be, creative and free, and taking care of what we bought, and then thinking of the environment as much as possible all the time. Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Maja.
Thanks
for having me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Copenhagen Fashion Week, Spring Summer 2022. We're here to discuss the luxury industry as part of the Small Talks Big Conversation series. My name is Alec Leach. I'm a writer and consultant and the founder of Future Dust, which is an Instagram platform for responsible fashion. And joining me today, representing Zalando, we have Anna Berenberg, who is the buying director of the recently launched designer platform, which is part of Zalando's digital assortment. We have Emily Chan, who is the sustainability reporter for Vogue. We have Dio Kurosawa, who is the founder of Bear Scouts, who are a consultancy and agency that help brands become more responsible. We're here today to talk about luxury. Like so much of the fashion industry, luxury is in somewhat of a crossroads right now. There's a lot of big issues to talk about. There's issues of sustainability, there's digitization, there's a lot more younger, more diverse consumers entering the market. And we are gathered here today to talk about that, essentially, and have a bit of a think about where the luxury industry might go in the future. So first off, Anna, when people think of Zalando, they typically think of a more entry, mid-level kind of price point. But so what does luxury mean to you guys right now?
Okay. So like you said, luxury is changing. And different editors or publications call it different things. Some say luxury is being democratized. Some say luxury has moved from a single pillar approach to doing collaborations, high-low collaborations, collaborations of interest, whatever it may be. What we think luxury is really the ability of self-expression. So what we're trying to do is find ways to become experts in our different areas. So Zalando Beauty, Zalando Designer, whatever it may be, and empower our consumer to be able to express themselves in the way they want, in the way they feel comfortable, in the way that they feel that they are engaging in luxury.
So it's a much more kind of open, less kind of niche and siloed off approach to luxury.
Yeah, and we also know that by 2025, more than half of the luxury purchases are going to be done by the Gen Z consumer. And so we believe that we need to address that consumer and encourage them, and they want to make value-based decisions, and they want to know that companies, 90% of Gen Z community want companies to make more sustainable decisions, to make decisions that actually improve the environment, not just withstand what's going on at the moment. So I think from whether it is the consumer specifically or the industry changing itself, it is changing, and we definitely need to address it in a more robust and with one voice, really, as an industry.
Absolutely. So speaking of sustainability, Emily, there's not that many fashion publications out there that actually have a dedicated sustainability reporter. Tell us a bit about that role and how it's come about and how long you've been there.
Yeah. So I think there are more and more of us, but you're right, it's still, there's probably still aren't enough of us. So I joined Vogue in 2019, right at the start of 2019. And that was just after the 2018 IPCC report. And obviously we've just had the latest one. But it felt that the climate movement was really gathering momentum at that point, and the conversations in the fashion industry around sustainability were really picking up. So it felt really natural for me to really focus on sustainability and really delve into the issues involved. And yeah, so the position of sustainability editor kind of came out of that and the ongoing conversations in the industry. So yeah, it involves kind of having in-depth look at, some of the issues, whether that's, the use of plastic in clothing, whether there should be, clearer labels on our clothes to help consumers, but also highlighting the work that brands are doing and the brands could be doing in order to reduce their impact on the environment.
And I guess you guys must have seen firsthand what Anna's described about Gen Z consumers being very, very demanding when it comes to this.
Yeah, I think so. And I think, our readers on a whole are really becoming more and more concerned about sustainability. Our audience insights team recently did a survey that found, I think it was nearly 70% of our readers think sustainability is a really important factor when making purchases. And I think it's really interesting, actually, from that survey that they were saying that they want the brands that they're already buying from to become more sustainable rather than necessarily looking elsewhere. So I think that's really something that brands can respond to and, kind of be aware of that, even if they're not doing that much at the moment, customers are really wanting it and they should be responding.
But you can also read between the lines a little there, where when customers say that they want to shop sustainably from brands they already have, that kind of implies that sustainability isn't necessarily top of mind when it comes to buying decisions.
I think that the onus can't be on the consumer, and that's probably something we'll talk about later on. And I think that is part of it, that they don't have all the information available. Accessibility is a big issue in terms of price point. So I think that's actually a big concern that's kind of coming out from that, is that how do we make sustainability more accessible to consumers and not put all the responsibility on consumers, and actually brands be responding to these concerns and them not having to be faced with lots of difficult decisions.
Speaking of brands and sustainability, Dio, when it comes to the luxury part of the industry, how do things look in the supply chains of brands when it comes to sustainability? Because you would conventionally think that because these products are a higher price, there's more rooms in the margin, there's a lot more opportunity for a lot of these brands to become more sustainable, essentially.
I mean, yes, there's an opportunity, of course, but we all live in a capitalist economy, and those are big wheels that have been turning for a very long time. So, what's been created there has been created in order to, ensure that they can pay their bills, make a profit, and invest and make their shareholders happy. So I personally believe they should be leading by example, of course, but what's their incentive to do so? So, we have, I live in a bubble, so I make responsible things for brands, retailers, and I help the supply chain to be more responsible. But at the same time, these are, luxury brands are, there's no reason for them outside of having a good heart and wanting to do better for the world, for them to lead by example. I mean, they do have LTAs often in their HQs, which means that they can create a sample. Often they will ship that sample around to different parts of the world where it's more financially interesting for them to create production, just to keep that wheel turning. So, they have outliers, of course. You have some luxury brands who are really consciously aware, like I kind of consider Garni a luxury brand. They're really in the whole phase of trying to change things and transitioning into being an even more responsible brand. And they're conscious of it, and they're figuring out ways to keep that. It's not a long time they've been in business, but they're trying to figure out ways for their business model and their profits to continue without having to have such a negative impact on the environment. And we're here to support that kind of thing, but it's not the norm.
And it also depends on how you define luxury as well.
That's true.
A Greg Lauren could also be considered luxury in the same way that Gucci or Louis Vuitton could.
Well, we work with Greg, so when you mentioned Greg is a great guy, but at the same time, his heart is first off in taking care of the planet, which is why most of his things are upcycled and in fact are made from scraps. So yes, I would consider him luxury, but again, he is definitely an outlier.
And he also has somewhat of a more mature kind of audience compared to what we're talking about with Gen Z. And when you look at the Zalando kind of demographic, how important is sustainability to your customers?
Very important. So we have, as of last week, 44 million active customers.
So it's also important to point out that you guys also have amazing data on these customers, right? There's a huge whole team of Zalando people who are doing research into that, right?
Yeah, exactly. The data is, it's not everything, but it's important. And it's important to reference and make human decisions from that data. So yeah, there's a lot of data. So there are, because of the 44 million active customers, a large amount of which are Gen Z and young millennials, more than half. And we know from the most recent McKinsey reports that 90% of Gen Z consumers care that companies are making more sustainable choices. The issue is less if we know that they care about sustainability or not. We know that they care about it. We see how they use the filters on site. We see that the increasing number of sustainable product that's being bought, like really from the data, like you say. The challenge is between the willingness to make and the want to make sustainable choices and the behavior to make sustainable choices.
There's a gap.
There's a gap. And that's the right word. And we created a gap report, essentially, called It Takes Two, where it identifies, different blockers for consumers to be able to make sustainable choices. And this report is available for anyone to access. It's on our corporate website, because what we very much want is that brands go to that report and take a look and use that report to, and industry leaders to use that report to really make decisions. And if we can address those, some topics like inspiration, that you were kind of referring to, other topics around transparency. We don't have a sustainability team at Zalando, we have sustainability teams, and they're in our different business units. So within our DX or UX, you might call it team, there's a sustainability team, trying to make the user journey as clear and transparent as possible. So if you want to filter by value, water usage, vegan leathers, you can do so. Or if you're in a product page, you can understand why something is marked more sustainable. There's clear definition there, because maybe, there is no industry standard. And that's why we need to get together as an industry, publications, brands, third-party industry experts, etc., to be able to come up with one language that we can actually use to help reduce this gap.
Mm. Speaking of consumer behavior, Emily, how have you noticed that the priorities and the values of the Vogue reader have changed, if they are changing?
I think that, especially during the pandemic, we've seen Vogue readers becoming more and more concerned about sustainability. I think there is a greater awareness about needing to shop better, buying less, buying more consciously, thinking more about buying secondhand, rental. I think these are all becoming a bit more mainstream. I think there is probably still a way to go in terms of, I guess you could say, the consumer at large, in terms of, who's actually, as you say, a lot of people are talking about it, but who's actually acting. And again, it comes down to, I think, accessibility and making it as easy for the consumer as possible. But I think in terms of where they are, they're really concerned about sustainability and they really want to be doing the right thing. But it's just, the information available to them is kind of lacking, really.
Yeah. It's not, I think you so often see that we talk about consumers wanting to make informed decisions, but there's a lot of information lacking in some cases.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that is something that, covering this area, I would really like to see more of, is brands being more transparent about what they're actually doing. There's a lot of talk, there's a lot of buzzwords, but as you say, kind of detailed information about why is this a more sustainable purchase? What is it? What's its impact on the planet? I think that'd be really helpful for consumers and also for brands to actually tell us what they're doing as well.
Speaking of that, Dio, how have you noticed that the last year or so has impacted your work in the supply chain? Has it put a halt to it? Has it paused? Has it stopped?
No, I mean, we don't want to be naked, right? So we still are, trying to buy things to make us feel better. But what we've realized is that the suppliers, they called brands partners for so long. And when the pandemic hit and materials were a bit scarce, these brands often pulled out with loads of fabric, millions of dollars of fabric sitting in warehouses that were left for the factories to figure it out. So we came up with a lot of different programs to help the supply chain. Like we have something called in-kind investment that helps to narrow the inequality gap that exists between this so-called partnership between brands and the supply chain. And now we have scenarios where the brands actually pay into a gross profit margin back to the supply chain for the sales that the supplier have had a hand in
Almost
creating
like a royalty.
the garments. It's like a royalty. It's like a royalty. So there's a vested interest on both sides to work well together, but it's not like you're leaving the supplier in the dust. But it also gives the supplier an opportunity to take part in something that they've created. And it's not, I mean, I'll be honest, it's not that's 50% or anything like that. It's an interesting percentage, but we're able to create wealth in the supply chain, which is something that is very difficult to do when you're just getting the cost of goods from a brand, and that brand is marking it up, a great deal more than that. So we're really happy to see and work with different suppliers to help them to figure out new and innovative ways to tap into resources and financial resources, to be honest, so that they're not left in a lurch when these things will probably happen again.
Speaking of solutions there, Anna, like how do you see Zalando playing a role, both in terms of the industry as a whole, but also in the consumer, of being part of a transition towards a more sustainable future?
So, I mean, it's a very multifaceted question, but from a consumer point of view, there's probably two major topics. One is the transparency that we've already talked about, but the other is the inspiration, which I touched upon. And so one example of what we're doing, which Alec, you and Dio are involved in, is the Academy. Right. So we know that Zalando ambassadors and influencers at large are inspirational. Consumers look to those people to inspire them, to motivate them, to encourage them, to whatever it may be. And we know that the consumer believes that there's not enough inspiration out there that's influencers in this case talking about sustainability and doing it in a fun way. And the most important thing about luxury in my eyes, let's say, is that it's this celebration of creativity. And so we now have this academy where influencers and our ambassadors can come and be amongst sustainability experts, and they can learn about sustainability within the fashion industry, and even more importantly, ask questions back to the sustainability experts on, I got posed this question, like how should I answer it, or this makes me feel uncomfortable, or XYZ, and to the point where this academy has a WhatsApp group where each influencer can actually type in, challenging questions that they're posed with, so that they can start feeling comfortable, because of course the fear and the risk that we all know around greenwashing is real. Yeah. It's and we need to make sure that we don't lose the creativity and fun and inspiration in beautiful fashion because of fear. And so this is just one example. There are other examples out there. Yeah.
It's a very steep hill to climb, it seems at times. Emily, speaking of that, how can the media and publishers do a better job of talking about sustainability?
I think there are two main things the media can do. I think one is helping raise awareness of the issues. I think, everyone buys clothes. Well, most people buy clothes. We have to wear clothes. I don't think everyone knows the impact that clothes have on the planet. I think in the fashion industry, the conversation is definitely picking up. More and more people are becoming aware. But I think, the shopper at large probably still doesn't realize exactly what they're buying when they're going into the shop. So I think raising awareness of that, helping educate consumers, and then also helping with consumers navigating greenwashing as well. Because, when you're faced with a lot of brands who are all saying they're doing sustainable things, how do you know which one to pick?
It's very difficult to know what that actually looks like.
100%. So I think, that's one part of it. And I think the second part of it, or the second main part of it, is holding brands accountable. Again, seeing, what are they actually claiming, and how does that stack up with what they're actually doing. And also, holding brands accountable and really calling for change within the industry. I think the media can really, make a difference in that way, and create systemic change by holding brands accountable.
That's a great point. Dio, just to close up, we are getting towards the end of our time here. How do you see, what opportunities are there for the luxury industry to operate more responsible businesses?
Well, I think one of the things that is important that we have Zalando here, we have Vogue here, and the questions that should be asked to brands are things like a life cycle assessment. So everything that we create for our customers comes along with a life cycle assessment. Takes away all the guesswork, takes away the greenwashing, and allows them to say, hey, this is where we are. This is not the impact that we would like to have, but we're trying to improve. So this collection, our LCA is not amazing, but we're working on it. And I think that approach, it helps obviously consumers, but it also takes away the guesswork.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just, you know, it's talking about the transparency aspect of things, but it's, you know, it's just an honest way to move forward. And if you can't just break away the barriers and just look at where you are, then we're never going to get anywhere. I mean, we all have to do better, and we know that. I mean, you have the IPCC report tell us this already. Even before this last report, it was telling us this. So it's up to us now to just say, you know what, I'm accountable. This is the brand that I work with. This is the brand that you know, I've helped build, or this is where I am as a supplier. This is where I am as a retailer. I need you to give me hard facts. An LCA exists, so it's not something that we have to create. And present this to the world. Retailers can present it on products. Vogue or, you know, publications can talk about, you know, this new collection came out. The LCA for the collection, you know, ranks here and against the last one, and you know, that should be a subject point. At least then we're talking about, let's say, you know, report cards. You remember those? And you can benchmark, you can improve, and you can move on beyond that. So, I think us all coming together the way we are now, sharing ideas and feeding that back to, you know, our industry is important.
So just finally to sum up, Emily, what would you say, give us one thing that you think needs to happen from the industry in order for us to be able to get towards a better future?
I really think at the moment it's cutting down CO2 emissions, and I hate to make it as blunt as that, but you know, after the IPCC report, as we've been talking about, you know, that is the urgent priority, and it has to be. And you know, what are brands doing to do that, and across the supply chain as well, not just, you know, switching to renewable energy in their own operations. You know, it has to be across the supply chain, and I think, you know, that is what needs to happen, and it needs to happen now, really.
The supply chain is in a lot of ways the elephant in the room when it comes to sustainability right now.
Yeah.
Anna, just to quickly sum up for us, how do you think we can work together better in order to get to a better, more sustainable future?
I think the biggest challenge is language. We don't have one language that we speak, and so if we can come together and come up with a language that we agree on is the right language to speak, and the collaboration to drive positive impact together through language and collaboration, that would be the most impactful thing.
It always comes back to transparency, essentially.
Doesn't it? Yeah.
Always comes back to that. So we're out of time now, but thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for watching on YouTube. This has been Small Talks, Big Conversations for Copenhagen Fashion Week, Spring Summer 22. Thank you so much. And thank you to our guests.
We all want to take care of the environment, and while we can't do everything, each of us can do something. Klar, make your everyday life greener. want to take care of the environment, and while we can't do everything, each of us can do something. Klar, make your everyday life greener.
afternoon. I'm here with Hella and Rika from Baum and Pferdgarten, who just had a wonderful show outside in wonderful Copenhagen. Thrilled to be here with you today. And I think we've discussed the questions, but I'd love to start with Copenhagen because you've been telling me that you found a lot of inspiration at home and you wanted to do the show here as a gift to the city. Can you tell the viewers a little bit more about that?
Sure. I mean, we have been stuck at home for many months now, and we just felt the need to get out and be together with a lot of people and show our venue at a place where a lot of people could be, and also just people coming by could stop up and look at the show. I thought that was a great idea.
Democratic
In a way.
You can say so.
Exactly.
Yeah. And can you explain to us a few of the hurdles that you had to overcome due to COVID?
Yeah, of course, it was really a special time, but I think we handled it because we are a really strong team in our company, and I think we handled it because we work hard together to come through this period. So it was really difficult, but we here.
Yeah, and I think we got used to having a plan A and then a plan B and then a plan C, and so I think a lot of people recognize that thing. Okay, if we can't do A, then we go to B and so on.
Yeah, I think people really got very flexible in their thinking and a willingness to be open to new things. Yeah, which is a silver lining, which we have to look for. There was lots of silver in the show, but also you're wearing one of the Love and Understanding T-shirts, and that's for a wonderful reason why that's included in the show.
Exactly.
Can you talk about that?
Yeah, well, there's Pride in Copenhagen tomorrow, and we did 2 T-shirts and sweatshirts with the Love and Understanding telling, and to raise out or what do you call it?
Elevate.
Yeah, or to just say that we are here and we love that the Pride is in Copenhagen. And we join forces with everybody.
Well, it seemed like almost everyone in Copenhagen was out for your wonderful show. I'm so thankful to have been able to see it. Thanks so much.
Thank you,
You're
Leah,
welcome.
for coming. Thank you.
We all want to take care of the environment, and while we can't do everything, each of us can do something. Klar, make your everyday life greener. want to take care of the environment, and while we can't do everything, each of us can do something. Klar, make your everyday life greener.
Hi there, I'm Mahari Seward, the Fashion Features Editor at ID Magazine in London. I'm here in the courtyard at Copenhagen Fashion Week's headquarters. I'm joined by the wonderful Frieza, who's the creative director of the Stockholm-based label Hope. I'm sure you just saw the wonderful video premiere for the SS22 collection. So first of all, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Of course. I mean, I guess it'd be great to start by just discussing, what was the sort of conceptual or emotional starting point for this collection?
Back in the beginning of January, when we started working with this collection, I had the same kind of expectations and hopes for the new year as I always have. But this year I was also kind of hungering for travels and experiences, all these things that's been missing from our lives during the last year.
Absolutely.
So pretty soon in the process, we found ourselves lost in some kind of intellectual escapism, creating various trips and fantasy meetings. And so I would say that the Spring-Summer 22 collection is dealing with those places.
Absolutely. And so how would you say the sort of creative process then unraveled from there? How did that translate to, silhouettes, shapes, your fabric choices, and all of those sorts of things?
The objective for the collection is, as always, functional, ready to wear. And the women's collection is departed into 4 different drops, and the men's collection in 2. And these drops work as a gentle transition from colder months to ease of spring, and then to hot, super summer.
Hot girl summer, here we are.
Hot, crazy summer. And for me, when I work, the fabrics is always a key part. And for this season, we wanted to reflect every drop and its kind of theme within the fabrics. So, for instance, the first drop, which dropping in February, still cold months, it has a lot of more elegant fabrics, more like wool mohairs, more silky stuff, more warm knits, all of these sort of things. While drop 3 that comes in April, which is like almost hinting of springs. It has more of a dry hand. It has more pre-crinkled fabric. It has beautiful ramis that is printed and so on. And then last drop coming in May for the high summer. It's more like a celebration of freedom and being off and all of that. and comes with a lot of tie-dyes and paper cottons and pinstripe linens and so on.
Feels quite celebratory.
Yeah.
But so you mentioned women's wear, or kind of a women's wear portion of the collection. But, I know that Hope is a brand that's always kind of said that style comes before gender.
Yes.
In its work. I mean, could you perhaps tell us a bit more about how that sort of plays out here in this collection specifically?
I mean, for this collection, we drew some inspiration from the film 2046, a Hong Kong drama movie, Wong Kar-wai. And it's about this mysterious train, and it leaves for the place 2046. And everybody who gets on that train has the intention of recapture the lost memories. And with this collection, we kind of we built with our own memories and our fantasies for upcoming travels, for journeys, not necessarily physical ones, but the ones that we need to do and the ones we have to do to get new perspectives.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say that as much as I think that clothes is something where we tell stories, and for me, it's always important to push the perspectives, and we're doing that with telling all these new things, getting to new places, getting to new thoughts and new solutions, to challenge ourselves and to get rid of old conventions. It could be gender conventions, but any conventions within fashion.
Totally. I mean, speaking of the idea of conventions or new starts, I know that now is quite a sort of significant moment in the history of Hope and the brand. Was it last week it was announced that the company is filing for bankruptcy, if I'm not mistaken, and that you're currently looking for a new owner for the brand.
Yeah.
And while that is certainly the closure of certain doors, it marks the beginning of a new era, I guess, for the brand.
Yeah.
Let's begin with perhaps some real talk. I mean, what would you say
Yeah.
were the key challenges that Hope as a brand has been facing of late? And how would you say that they perhaps speak to kind of wider issues in the industry as a whole?
Yeah. Well, this is a whole episode by itself.
Exactly.
No, but it's been a long 18 months, and I think that I mean the fashion industry has been fast forward on the changes it's been going through for this last months, and of course, like Hope too has faced some difficulties within this, and one thing is like the digitalization that speeded up million times, and of course this is all like it's very inspiring, I think, at the same time, like when we see on social media, we have seen so much more like people like social media activists that actually crave and demand companies to take responsibility. And we have seen so much more companies trying to take responsibilities, both within a more gender neutral approach, but also within the whole like climate, the whole environmentally issues as well. And also representation in its whole within the fashion business, and who can be seen and who can do what and who is invited, both in front and in back of the camera.
Yeah, totally.
So I mean, this is something that we have been longing for and worked for quite long at Hope, but now we see that so many more companies is doing the same, and I think that's a really like welcomed change that we are facing. But of course, it's been challenging. It's a lot of challenging things now.
Yeah, I think that's something that will resonate far and wide with any of the designers and fashion business owners who are watching this right now.
Yeah.
But to kind of rehash what I just said, like with every door that closes, another opens. And I guess this new chapter offers the chance for Hope to build itself anew and sort of reestablish its values and what it stands for.
Yeah.
I mean, what would you say are the key changes that we can perhaps just expect to see from the label, and the kind of core values that you want to carry forward with this new era for the brand?
Yeah, well, Hope will always continue to create contemporary, long-lasting fashion, and we our aim is to inspire and emphasize individual style, meaning that everybody see themselves as they want and everybody dress as they want. So key for us is to furthermore try to make our community explore a full assortment even more, not just like one department like the men's department or the women's department, but to take advantage of the whole complete range, as we do when we work with a collection. And I also hope that department stores, for instance, not only physical but also digital ones, will come forward and work in the same direction with that, to mix a little bit more than they're doing, because now it's very like divided into men's fashion and women's fashion. But at the same time, we will see a more digitalized Hope, and also a Hope that is more adjusted to meet the demands of the customer within sustainability, for example.
Totally. Well, here's to all that, and all the best of luck. Thank
Thank
you
you.
so much, Frida, for your time. It was a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
And thank you all for tuning in. It was a pleasure to have you here too. And yeah, good evening.
Thank you. Bye.
want to take care of the environment, and while we can't do everything, each of us can do something. Klar, make your everyday life greener.
tonight for the feel of it, feel of it. Knocking down doors for a taste of it. All I ever wanted was the feel of it, feel of it, something is stuck inside my chest. My head is never gonna rest. The meaning got erased, only dumb told. I'm left with myself
want to take care of the environment, and while we can't do everything, each of us can do something. Klar, make your everyday life greener. want to take care of the environment, and while we can't do everything, each of us can do something. Klar, make your everyday life greener. want to take care of the environment, and while we can't do everything, each of us can do something. Klar, make your everyday life greener.
Hello from Copenhagen Fashion Week. I have Yannick here with me, and I have a couple of questions actually regarding the collection.
Yeah.
And the first one is based on the tailoring. For you, it seems to be like a very focal point in every collection you do, no matter it's men's or women's. So can you tell me like what inspires you when it comes to working on tailoring? Because it's very specific.
Yeah, it's very specific, and it's the most important thing for me because that's where I build the core of the whole collection. Tailoring, it allows me to kind of like work around every little tweak and curve that the human body have, and I work in a way which is sculptural, so it allows me still to control the expression. But on another note as well, I think tailoring is important because it grounds the collection, which allows me more freedom somewhere to be more abstract without losing, touch with, what's kind of like what I need to touch, in terms of we live in a real world where people have to somehow relate to what we're doing.
And the other thing that's also very connected with your DNA is this very gender-bending idea of fluidity when it comes to being a guy or being a girl. And I love to see how it evolves in every collection. What's your stand on that in general? And do you think it's something that's paramount to change extremely, even for high fashion in seasons to come?
Yeah, I think so. For me, what can I say? Whenever I create something, I let kind of the creation evolve, in an organic way, and I very rarely create with a specific gender in mind. I let the creation be what it can be, and then we kind of take in all the other layers we have to do in terms of how we style it and what kind of characters do we need to do this and get the right emotion out of that. So I always let the natural energy within what we create dictates it. But coming back to your question, I think that's how the world looks, and that's how the world should look, and that's also the way it looks. That's
we have a little bird.
Yeah, we have a bird here going forward.
And also one thing that's on everyone's mind is sustainability in general, especially when it comes to fashion world. And I was wondering, what do you do on daily basis in your studio when it comes to thinking about sustainability? So I'm interested in examples, because a lot of people like to talk about it in general.
Yeah.
But what are your examples and experience with it on literally daily basis?
Yeah, because I think if we take the general part, you're right. I mean, the company, the brand has a general politics around how we want to do it. We have an advisory board and all that, but on a day-to-day basis, we work in the studio